So apparently, female dolphins have a secretion that makes male dolphins just nut over and over and over and over again. So scientists were like, "Holy shit, dude, we gotta test this." So for science and all that stuff. So they got a sample of said dolphin jelly, and they tested it on a primate. They swabbed some of it on a primate's, dick, and they sat back and watched the show, and it worked. But it worked a little too well, because the monkey straight up had a fucking heart attack because it used up all its energy in fucking nutting.
What the fuck are you... I just sat down! Who starts a stream like that?
Me. Me, bitch.
I wasn't prepared. Where did you even see this information?
Our Discord.
No,
not the BFG one. Hydra posted it.
I'm gonna have words with Hydra after this stream.
Well, it was just a copy paste from another Discord.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, great. I'm glad that that is knowledge that I now have in my cranium.
Dolphin jelly. Enjoy.
That's not... That is so not going to be a thing that furries make use of now. Definitely not.
Not even remotely.
I am...
I am having fun.
Upset. I'm disturbed.
By the way, we are a minute and 45 seconds into the stream.
Yeah.
And I've already done this to you.
Oh, this is gonna be a fun 3 to 4 hours.
You've waited.
By the way, that's why we're starting a little early, is because
you've waited your whole life for this. What are you talking about?
Zippy, thank you for the gift sub to deal with his trauma. I appreciate you.
Oh, is that how we're doing it now? I'm causing you trauma, you big boo-boo bitch baby. All right.
Boo-boo bitch baby.
Yeah.
Is that all you got for ammunition this stream? Can I let my guard down yet, or?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. It's just gonna be one of them days.
I can tell. But I'm actually fucking excited to get to the end of this finally, after all this time.
Oh, I bet. Thanks, Brem. Thanks for the shussy dolphin jelly in chat. You can almost taste it. It's not great.
No, I can't. No, I definitely can't, nor do I want to.
I started the stream out the gate causing mental damage.
Tons of psychic damage. Christ almighty.
Oh, it piles up quick, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. Also, I'm a little far away from the mic right now. I will fix that in a second.
Also, I gave Sluggo a fucking heart attack, but you were there for that.
Yeah. Tell the good people in chat what you did.
So, my cousin, who is dealing with a glioblastoma, which is normally a very terminal type of brain cancer, and he's just kind of like still surviving with it, even after it's been a couple of years. Which, fun fact, nobody on planet Earth has lived as long with one of those as he has, so he's just kind of like,
That's pretty fucking awesome.
So, he's big into Gundam, and I've been wanting to get into Gundam too. And when I met Slug, I didn't know much about him until he started talking about Gunpla all the time, and I was like, fuck, maybe I should try this out. And so that's how I kind of bonded with Sluggu and my cousin more, was over like this. And I gotta say, I built one Gunpla, and I was like, oh, this is pretty fun. But I didn't like the set because it was really rickety. And then I looked over and I got another one, and I built that, and I really liked it. And I was like, fuck.
And then you were hooked.
And I was like, well, maybe I should just order a Gundam kit after my favorite TV series, you know, like the one that is basically the Dragon Ball GT of the Gundam universe. So I did that, and then I was like, but I do love the flagship mobile suit a lot. Yeah. And then there's like the RX-78-2 is the most reprinted, updated, you know, Gunpla there is. So I just got the new version of it, the really new version of it, the $300 new version of it that's like, you know, 1.5 feet tall and lights up and
yeah,
just made with it, like the assembly process of that Gunpla is made explicitly to replicate the process of actually assembling one. Because I figured, you know, I'm going to be doing a tabletop game that has giant mecha, including mecha from different franchises that can be built. May as well incorporate elements of that. You know, I could pass that off as research for something while totally, you know, that just passing it off just for research, not just because I want to build a $300 or $250 piece of fucking metal and plastic and be like,
I mean, I can't even blame you. There's a primal joy that I get from like I used to I didn't have Legos growing up. I had Kinects, and I fucking loved. I had like the roller coaster set. I had the pinball machine, and there was like something called like the big ball tower. It never fucking worked how it was supposed to, but it kind of did.
One second, I have to slap Bremorn in the face. Fun fact: as he bought a $300 Codsworth statue, eat my ass. So, yeah, from Fallout 4.
Oh!
Actually, I don't know if it was $300. It was like 180, I think. So.
Yeah. We all have our things that we spend our very adult money on.
Yeah. We're millennials. Because we didn't get the things that we wanted as kids, we've taken over numerous hobbies, called them adult hobbies, and basically get to be kids forever. Fuck you, Zoomers.
See, and that's what's weird about me, right? Is my parents were some of the rare ones that actually did like make sure me and my sister could have somewhat of a childhood. Of course, I kind of did have to grow up pretty quickly because of various things that happened in my childhood. So maybe, I don't know. There's so many theories behind it. I just like things. I like tinkering with things, and I like video games.
Yeah.
Say, I used to, God, there were a couple Lego sets that I got, and I liked when those, yeah. But I used to really get into 3D puzzles. So, 3D puzzles, for those that might not know, are literally what they sound like. Puzzles, but they're more like models of things. So the pieces are made out of like really thick foam, and you assemble them wall by wall. And I had a lot of stuff of like structures of like, I think I had like the Sears Tower, there was like the Capitol Building, the White House, the Cathedral of Florence? I think that was the one. I had a lot of them. And I fucking loved putting that shit together. There was a point in time I had a fuck ton of them just like in my bedroom, just covering like every surface I had. Yo, someone else who had 3D puzzles in chat. Hell yeah. Yeah, right. Empire State Building and Titanic. I didn't even know they made the Titanic. That
Mizu, he's not my boyfriend, he's my husband. Not Dandy is not my husband though. That is, Dandy is my friend. Azzy is my husband.
We are just friends. We cannot stop people from the shipping, but we are just very close friends.
We are very close friends. There is lots of porn of us together.
There is, and there will continue to be, I guess.
I guess he says.
The furry fandom is a weird place.
Oh yeah, you're heartbroken. I can hear it in your voice. Oh God, he's so sad. So unfortunate.
God, I can't believe that I have to voice another animation with these people. Oh, woe is me.
Another animation. I don't think anybody even knows.
No, not yet. No, I'm not gonna say anything more than that. People will find out. Dandy's not your boyfriend, he's just a friend boy. I don't know how I feel about friend boy as a term. That y'all coming up with lore in here? Maybe I hear theory crap.
It's like, oh fuck, they've got that deep lore.
Oh my god. That was crispy. That was solid. Loved that.
I like the fact that I can use the opening of a can of soda as a punctuation.
Oh, take care, Zippy.
Drive safely, Zippo.
Alright. I see there's quite a few people in here. I'm gonna give it just a couple more minutes because we are starting a little early, and actually it's not even 7 o'clock yet, so.
I thought
Hey,
you
good
wanted
morning,
to start
Misty.
early so that, so we could finish the game in a reasonable time.
Well, yeah, I'm just giving it just 1 or 2 more minutes because a lot of people tend to are used to showing up at 7:30, and some people might still be finishing dinner or other things. So just once it clicks over to 7 though, I'll switch over to the game, which actually I just realized there is one tiny thing that I do need to set up still. I'm gonna set that up real quick before we start. Come on. You can do this. There we go. You guys can see it now. Didn't have the game feeding into OBS because I'm dummy, but I will say nonsense tonight. I'm running a fever and it feels like my brain is in vice. Oh my god, I am so sorry, dude. I hope you feel better. I always have literal fever dreams. It's the only time I have super vivid dreams. And they never make any sense. Ever. It's always weird stuff, and I'm usually not even in my own dreams.
Morning, Misty. Jesus,
have you ever had a dream where you're not a part of the dream? Even
Yeah.
the person you're viewing the experience through, it's not even you.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. And I also see some people in chat saying yes. Okay, I'm not alone in this. I thought I was weird for that happening to me. Okay. Apparently it's just a part of the normal human experience. Good to know. All right, let me go ahead and switch over to the full game, though.
Oh,
And
boy.
let's... Uh-huh.
Oh boy, here we go.
Dandy, you are weird for other reasons. You are correct.
Shussy turnabout.
Oh, God. All right. This is the final case of the trilogy. Or the final trial, that's what I meant to say.
Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself?
Morning, Pearls.
Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's gonna happen to Mystic Maya?
I'm sorry, we don't know yet. The investigation's still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the Inner Temple.
Oh, I see. So, is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick clocks from the training hall?
No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't really be at the Inner Temple. She's required to be here in court, by law.
Then, how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby?
I have to admit, it's kind of strange.
Oh, wait. Context, please, Dandy. What happened with Maya? Okay. Maya has been, yesterday she was stranded, on, the other side of the burnt bridge. They managed to create enough, stuff to create, they managed to get a semi-working bridge, sort of strung together to get back over the bridge to the training hall where Maya was doing training. And when they got over there, she wasn't there. But there is a cavern that has been locked with trick locks. And people are thinking that she must be behind there. She has to be. If she's not, well, let's just say, would not be good. Would not be good. Oh, wait. I'm completely behind on the VODs and I miss being here. Please tell me you're gonna have a bit of a break before you go on to the Apollo Justice trilogy. Honestly, yeah, we are gonna have a little bit of a break. We are gonna do the Apollo Justice trilogy. We are gonna do the Great Ace Attorney duology. But we are gonna have a little bit of a break from Ace Attorney because we have been doing a lot of it. It's been damn near half a year at this point. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
We don't want to become known as those furries that do Ace Attorney on Tuesdays.
Yeah, right. Oh, Jesus.
Also known as those furries that make Phoenix Wright say fuck way more than he should.
I mean, honestly, I think Phoenix needs to say fuck a little bit more, but...
Apollo Justice.
I don't like that. We haven't even
This
started
one-
playing the game.
Yeah, we don't even... Numar's got to get in here to defend himself. This is ridiculous.
Yeah. Still love you guys, but yeah. See, if people would rather like not spoil themselves and play the games for themselves and then like go back and watch the VODs or something, I am totally okay with that. I do that shit myself, so more power to you. Like, so. I don't know where I was gonna go with that sentence, but. You're looking for Iris. She's in the prosecutor's lobby.
Jeez, Edgeworth. You got a frog in your throat? And an accent?
Sorry, right? There's, allergies are terrible this time of year.
Man, those allergies made you sound like a cunt. Oh.
Oh, wouldn't be too different from a couple years ago, am I right?
Uh-huh. What's
nice to
Iris doing over there?
Oh, well, I'll tell you in a moment, but first it's nice to see that you've taken up tea drinking like a fine, sophisticated gentleman. Always wanted you to do that.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Anyways, she's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak.
Today's testimony?
You heard me.
Oh, did she update that like the autopsy report?
You're never gonna let that go, are you?
I don't think me or millions of other people will, no.
Iris is gonna be testifying as a witness for the prosecution.
Whoa! Wait. Hold on. What?
The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard.
Franziska von Karma, what are you up to?
I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today.
What? Okay, then who is?
Who else would it be but Godot?
Oh, great.
Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern.
Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's...
Yes, we're currently using her face as a pry bar to get through the gate.
Right, she's not as bad as you think.
I mean, you grew up with her, so...
She's been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon.
Yeah? Thanks, Edgeworth.
Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Shay, I can already see it in your eyes. Those beautiful, beautiful eyes. Anyways, you're not the same fever-ridden frantic maniac you were yesterday.
Yeah, it's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made the decision, I felt myself getting better.
Interesting. maybe you've passed your cold on to someone else. Literally. And with that, leave the rest in your capable hands, partner.
Oh, thanks.
They fucking!
Oh yeah, they really, like, we set up an entire 2 games worth of awkward sexual tension just for that one bit of payoff. All right.
Oh, they fucking.
Like, thanks, partner. And then they kissed. And then they like, you will not be able to fucking make me think that they didn't make out after that.
What's funny is I think some of the developers have weighed in on the "Are Phoenix and Edgeworth fucking" like sort of like discussion, and apparently when they were writing, they're like, no, we didn't intend for it to be perceived like that. They're just good friends, and it's just like, good friend. Next thing you're gonna say is they were roommates,
and they were roommates that were fucking
roommates that have a single bed.
Yeah. You know, because they can't make a lot of money.
Yeah,
because of the court system.
Because 2 lawyers.
Yeah,
I mean,
we're not able to make enough money not to, you know, sleep in the same bed. They can't. They also can't afford heating, so they have to spend a lot of the night inside each other. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elite Dunim, I mean, Miss Misty Faye. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And this bitch. I'll solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Appreciate the fact that Phoenix's big claim on that one was "and this bitch."
I mean, Morgan Faye
we've all had moments in real life where we're like, and then there's this cunt. Like, you know.
Yeah. Also, yeah, the idea of Francisco whipping the locks came into my brain. That's funny. I fucking love that beat. Just like, she probably could. Also, hey, look, Canadian judge isn't here.
Oh, thank God his voice wasn't totally annoying to do. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor, what are you... Who, me? Oh, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains nothing.
They have 2 different accents, much like the Von Karmas. How? Interesting.
So, either this judge is Canadian, or the other one's retarded. Which could it be? Or could it be
are brothers,
both?
yes.
And they were roommates.
No.
Excuse me, I have to blow my nose from all the bullshit in my sinuses.
God, that has been a thing. I am so not ready for the warmer weather to come back already. My nostrils have been absolutely assaulted by plant jizz, and I'm not happy about it.
Oh, I imagine. Yes, my poor brother. He looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. All right, that's number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Keep count this time. I want to see if dipshit goes through 17.
It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment.
What's up, Mr. Mr. Wright? Are you done with that tea? It's Earl Grey's. It's hot. Oh man, it's so weird. Once I started drinking this Earl Grey tea, I started to get over my cold. It's so weird that tea is drastically superior to coffee in every way, Godot. I don't understand its magic healing properties and mild balance of flavors that are both elevated and subtracted by the amount of time that the herbs steep in the hot water. Like it's better than coffee or something. All right, that's a very weird thing to start off with, but I understand exactly what you said, at least until the end anyway.
Come back to me when your balls have dropped, trite.
Dropped right into this delicious, piping hot cup of Earl Grey tea.
Guess that's a literal teabagging then.
Refreshing. I'm sorry, you gave me something to work with. Now Phoenix is apparently an avid tea drinker just to piss off Godot. Oh, did you hear that fucking pop? Hold on, did you hear that fucking pop sound just now?
No.
Oh, thank God. Like, I just realized I I pulled my fucking fingers real quick and I just popped my entire wrist an inch away from the microphone.
Oh my God.
And it was like loud enough that I heard it, so I'm like, oh fuck, did they hear that on the mic?
No, it didn't pick up at all. Not even through Discord.
Like getting all fist to the fucking North Star in this bitch. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement.
Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug.
So then you mean, forget it. What did you mean?
During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make.
Confession? The defendant? Iris. Why didn't she discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession.
Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. It's one of my rules.
My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple.
Witness, is there something that you want to confess to?
Yes, but first I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore.
It's all right. What is it?
Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident.
Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Dunim?
Oh, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it.
What? Order in the court! Order! Witness, are you saying that you were an accomplice to the murder?
Yes, that's correct.
What?! 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. That's two.
Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite?
That Godot. So this is the confession they were conferring about. Pains me to say this, And it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie.
Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions?
I want
Iris
to
was
push
covering
Godot.
up for someone.
I want to push Godot down the stairs.
You and everybody else, but don't worry,
That-
I have a great zinger that's coming up, so don't feel bad.
Oh God.
Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket.
I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family.
I'm sorry, but main family?
Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey.
Huh?
Wake up and smell the coffee, trite.
She's naming Maya! Order in the court! So not only did you witness the murder, but you know the name of the murderer?
I'm terribly sorry, but it's true.
Alright, but why is it true? This is so fucking bizarre.
I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her.
That's ridiculous! Maya could never... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime?
Yes, Your Honor.
I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. Oh, I get it. Maya wound up fucking inadvertently channeling what's-her-tits, her sister.
I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it.
In what would become a bit of an unfortunate trend, Maya has been accused of murder once again. Is this the third time, I think? Because there was the murder of Mia,
I told you.
the murder of Dr. Turner Gray, and then she was kidnapped in that one case.
So it was in self-defense.
Okay, so she's been kidnapped once, accused of murder 3 times. Okay.
Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya.
You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You got the instincts of a true criminal.
Something's not quite right. Sure, it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
Alright. Also, I'm loving the reactions in chat right now as people are like starting to piece some stuff together.
Sister Iris, Webster's dictionary defines trite as lacking in freshness or effectiveness because of consistent use or excessive repetition, hackneyed or stale behavior, or characterized by a hackneyed expression, ideas, and so forth. Therefore, I would like to open by stating that everything Godot says in all of his opening statements are actually the trite statements, and that the things that I say are the sort of normal words you would hear come out of a sane human being's mouth. Now that that's out of the way, Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. Gonna sip my Earl Grey here.
Oh my god.
You stated yesterday that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the Inner Temple.
Did she now? Too bad for you, what she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go?
I was definitely not sitting there coming up with stupid, trite, and contrived ways to open up court proceedings while drinking cheap dollar store coffee. I was actually at the Inner Hall and the Temple's training hall.
Bitch, I'll have you know this is Starbucks. This is gourmet as shit.
Oh, bullshit. If you were really a cafe connoisseur, you would have been going to a small indie cafe or something that was family run, where real passion is used to grind beans and roast them under an organic fire. Instead, you sit there and pay overpriced amounts of money for cheap lattes that have more sugar in them than the entire candy aisle of a Walmart.
Try it, it's 2004. Starbucks isn't all that widespread yet. This is
It doesn't
Indian
matter.
shit.
That too much sugar is too much sugar. Shit is still shit. It doesn't matter how much shit is everywhere. It's still shit. We have now officially derailed a murder trial into a conversation about Starbucks circa 2000.
It's a good argument you got there, Trey. Has anyone ever said that about your hair?
I wouldn't know. I don't need to dye mine.
Private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony, and I will not be having you claim that I dye my hair. This is all natural.
Yeah, well, if you ever want to blend in with people your age, again, you're going to have to definitely hit the dye shop battery life. Otherwise, you're going to have vision problems the minute your 3-hour battery life on that cocked up Virtual Boy you're wearing runs out. That Earl Grey's sitting strong tonight!
That'd be properly described as hearsay. There is no evidence to support that this is a Virtual Boy. I am not playing games in court.
Actually, I'd like to go back to a previous trial where Mr. Godot specifically was unable to identify a red stain on an apron. That would actually be explicitly because he's seeing everything in red. That is the only way to describe that. The only consoles that were readily available to get that sort of gimmicky hardware from would actually be the Virtual Boy that debuted somewhat in the late 90s. I rest my case. Are you two girls done catfighting yet? We have an important trial to continue with. What do you have to say, witness?
Honestly, the white hair does look kind of trashy and dyed. I'm sorry.
Oh no! Why do our own streams have to have lore? Jesus Christ!
No. I just couldn't tell them the truth at that time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she?
I'm sorry, what?
Was
that Dandy improving, or was that said on the fucking screen?
That was actually said. That was actually fucking said.
Okay.
I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit the murder. I mean...
There, we all understand how difficult it is for you. But as a man who has seen Phoenix Wright in these courtrooms numerous times, I can absolutely assure you there is no way that woman is his girlfriend. There is no way conceivable on God's green earth that Phoenix Wright has had sex with a human being. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. Dandy's like, yeah, we're probably gonna need 4 hours for the stream.
Yeah.
Oh, so does that mean I should turn it into a gas leak for 2.5 hours? Got it. What did you witness in this temple garden?
Well, Your Honor.
All right. Oop.
You're saying that the victim attacked Miss Faye. Fuck.
Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse.
And what were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting?
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock.
Oh, that's perfectly understandable, my dear. This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. And what happened after that? Alright, she moved to deliver a fatal strike?
Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon.
Oh, wait a minute. What was this weapon?
It was some kind of dagger.
A dagger, huh? The fuck? And at least you didn't try to stab her with this weapon. To kill Maya Fey.
Yes, exactly.
You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce.
Worcester what?
Worcestershire sauce, right?
Uh-huh. You sure?
Yes, that's how you pronounce it.
And you just casually poured an entire 6-ounce bottle of Worcestershire sauce into your coffee cup.
Do you have a problem with that, trite?
Yeah, I kinda do. First off, you were dumb enough to take an entire... You do realize that, like, Worcestershire bottles are explicitly designed so that you can only, like, pour out a few drops at a time. You would have had to sit there for a comedically long period of time, pouring, struggling to get the Worcestershire sauce out of the bottle in order to fill your coffee cup with it. And then the smell, unless you're completely anosmic as well as blind, would have immediately cued you in that, fuck, this is not the premium roast coffee that I talk about non-stop like a coffee fanatic. It is in fact Worcestershire sauce, which brings me to my next statement. If Gatto, in fact, was unable to differentiate Worcestershire sauce from coffee, I would like to go and claim that Gatto is actually a complete coffee poser and just acting like he knows shit about coffee so he can seem cool.
Anyways, lawyer boy, I'm not the one on trial.
Yet. Unfortunately, losers don't really go on trial, so you're out of it this one. I'm lucky for you, but...
Do you have a fucking problem with your witness's testimony?
No, but I have a problem with the prosecutor's lameness, actually. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony and the prosecutor's everything. You do, and that's obvious. But this witness is your client. Yeah, well, nevertheless...
That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony.
Shut up, that's my line.
Yes, sir.
Hey, that's just a moment. That's my job to say that.
Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again.
Did it. I just started off the stream with that shit, goddammit.
Final judgment will be rendered by me.
That's not how court works.
Okay, now let's continue.
No, I'm actually starting to agree with Trey. Were you just dragged off the street and showed up here sometime? I think they just got some loser auteur that barely knows what he's doing and threw him in a two-piece suit and set him up here. Doesn't make any sense. Just a struggling actor pretending to be playing the role of a prosecutor.
Did the judge just call him Trite? Is that nickname sticking?
She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe. I find that hard to believe she'd throw away a fucking sword.
Okay, Austin, fucking to fucking counter here. What the fuck would a dumb person say, like, describe anosmia as? Oh yeah, you got that no-smellington disease.
Yeah, so, for the record, I just always called it just person has no sense of smell. I didn't know there was a term for it. I didn't know anosmic was a word until tonight. And people call me the smart one. No. I am very specialized in one specific field, and that's it. Everything else is just a general knowledge. I'm surprised I can even breathe. Sometimes I forget to.
I mean, I've heard you choke on dicks, so sometimes I wonder if you can breathe.
I have a gag reflex, Ice. Not everyone can suppress that.
Okay, Sister Iris, there's something really just brain dead stupid about your version of events.
Huh?
Okay, do you want me to dial that back for you? You're evident. It's stupid. Stop being dumb. Miss Dunem throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me.
But all you can do with a staff is hit someone.
Well, that's where you're wrong, my good bitch. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, but the victim's staff had a fucking special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword.
Oh!
Yeah, I figured that was gonna be your reaction. If Elise Dunim really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a fucking sword in her hands. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That's 3.
That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trite. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy, and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade.
Yeah, well, constantly repeating the word trite is by itself the definition of being trite.
Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony.
But there is something strange about this whole testimony. It kind of reads like bullshit. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument.
Mr. Wright.
I have another piece of evidence that shows this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Dunim would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey.
I think... Yeah. I fucked up.
You fucked up? You can just skip through.
If you ask me, the only thing that seems strange is the angle of Mr. Trite's index finger.
Actually... Wait,
No.
hold on. Why does he have a point?
No, that's right.
It's right, but also it looks just slightly weird from this angle.
No, it's about right.
Trite, stick it in your finger and an electrical outlet might be safer for you. Otherwise, it might get bitten off the next time you poke it in the wrong place.
God, I fucking hate Godot. He's such a terribly written character.
Yeah, they could have done better with him, but... Alright, hold on. Let me... Okay, so let me just...
Why don't you pull out that fucking not walk?
There we go. Real name, Misty Faye Miles, but I had to present the profile. I was thinking way too far ahead. I was over.
Elise Dunim would never have attacked Maya Fey.
How can you be so sure?
Because the victim's real name was not Elise Dunim. Her real name was Misty Faye.
No! Not Mystic Misty Faye.
Ooh, who is Misty Faye? Is she related to... Misty Faye is the master of the Korean channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Faye. Are you serious?
Is it really true? Mr. Wright, was Elise Dunim actually the great Mystic Misty?
There is no doubt about it. It looks like Iris had no idea.
I can hardly believe it.
Yeah, the idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Oh, is there a problem, Coffee? Something wrong, Starbucks, huh? Order in the court.
You know what's funny? There is a character later on that does have the last name Starbuck. Singular, not plural.
Yeah, I think he's gonna have an iced caramel macchiato, Judge.
On first hearing the witness's that actually sounds good right now. It seems natural
damn it.
enough.
Yeah, iced caramel macchiatos are a weakness. God damn it, I won't want. But it's like 8 o'clock or 7 o'clock, whatever time it is. No. Ugh.
However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight. And two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter. Despite the facts being believable when taken on their own, when taken together, the entire story seems a bit sus.
Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible. Except for one little thing.
And what is this one impossible thing?
Huh, you still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps.
You remember that whole thing about me having to give you the definition of trite? I still don't think you know how to use that word because you are the embodiment of it. Get to your point.
I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee.
Jesus! You're going to ruin your health, my friend.
Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty.
Wait, hold on. His goggles are hiding the fact that he is baked out of his mind. Say that red glow coming from the mask? That isn't LED. That is just his eyeballs.
What's up, trite? Oh, fuck. It's good shit. Oh, yeah.
Funny thing is, I can't even, I cannot make reference. I've never been around anyone who is partaken in the marijuana.
Well, at least you're not under the strange impression that smoking weed causes you to speak in a bad Spanish accent and float 5 feet off the fucking ground.
No, I'm not. Say,
Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing?
Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else?
Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Where'd you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene.
Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene?
Pine tree?
This dagger was stuck in the back side of the pine tree, when the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women.
I don't even see a pine tree. Do you see a pine tree?
There is no pine tree.
I think the localizers wanted to call that bonsai tree a fucking, like, pine tree. I don't know why, but... And also, it's surrounded by bamboo, so, like, there's not even, like, the outside, that's... Yeah. I don't know.
This
Your
little
Honor,
baby was...
Your Honor, the court would like to claim that the writers of this game are too fucking white.
What are you talking about, Trite? We're in California.
Mm-hmm.
This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree.
That's not a pine tree. That's a bonsai tree, which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct?
Heh. Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee.
Didn't you just say it was 8th a few minutes ago?
I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice.
The court recognizes that Gato just said the word shuss and will have that analyzed for later incrimination. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence.
Is Godot having a stroke? I'm having a stroke, man. For some reason, my pronunciation is bad tonight.
I honestly, it makes for a funnier bit. It really does make it seem like Goto's just on his last legs.
So he's technically up to 16. No, Newmar. He said he doesn't drink more than 17 cups of coffee per trial. He never said anything about the cups of coffee he drinks outside of trial. So, and by the way, court usually ends its proceedings by 2 p.m. most days. So, that's 4 hours for 17 cups of coffee. He apparently on the regular has at least 13 cups for his morning blend. The dude probably has minimum 50 cups of coffee per day.
The defense would like to object to that statement, as 40 cups of coffee has been found to be the lethal dose in human beings.
Maybe I'm better than a human, Trite.
Or you're a very sad, cringy liar.
The truth come out. Godot drink decaf.
Honestly, I think if that, like, if he was actually found to be, like, if he could be accused of drinking decaf, that would probably be, like, an actual life-ruining moment for him.
Probably.
It's like, no, you can't prove it. Let's have this guy's caffeine count analyzed in his blood. What? Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately.
This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right.
Really? I didn't know that knife was named Mia.
Trite, you're treading on thin ice.
What's the matter? Am I in your head? Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately and hold these two catty court tards away from each other. Now then, the testimony we've just heard has numerous unbelievable aspects to it, much like everything in this fucking courtroom. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be vaguely credible. 5.
Cute girls never lie. Ever.
I've seen plenty of cute girls lie about their age, so you may want to pull that one back, Gato, before you get called into court for your own reasons.
All right.
And this court, you two are on something today, very agitated towards one another. In any case, witness, if you could please testify against this court.
About what, Your Honor? I got lost about, like, 30 minutes ago.
About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women.
Oh, yes, Your Honor. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
Oh, it was very heartbreaking.
Don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
Well, that seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
Alright, I gotta check something because... Was there an autopsy report for this case? Yes. Death cause. Loss of blood from stab in back. Yep, that's what I thought. Okay. With her back to the stone lantern, and that's when she did it. No. No, sweetie, I don't think it was.
Something about you just isn't right today, Iris.
Huh?
Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions.
What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony?
Well, according to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct?
Yes, that's right.
But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. All right, but according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back.
Ah!
This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Is a little bit of stupid Foley I'm doing coming through?
I fucking love it. I've been hearing it. I'm just like, I'm eating it up. I love it. I hope it's coming through on stream.
Yeah, I hope so too. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. Just like the seeds of doubt that spring up from a man who claims he's a fan of coffee, but is drinking coffee from a place whose sizes start with descriptions in Italian, with the exception of their large size, which is instead in another language entirely.
Do you even know what the large size is, trite?
Yes.
Say it.
It's grande, which is Italian for large, but 20 means 20, and 30 means 30. So why isn't the 16-ounce size called sedici, which is Italian for 16 instead?
The actual history of that trite is it used to be short and tall, and those were the two sizes you could get. And then Americans wanted more because they, of fucking course they do. So they created the grande so people would know that it's the biggest. But then Americans wanted even more, and then we had to make the venti, and that just fucked the whole system up.
Weird that you said we. I think I'm starting to piece things together, Mr. Pissleg. You're not a prosecutor, you work for Starbucks!
Actually, that was a fault of the voice actor slipping into his job of 4 years past, and seemingly still thinks he works for this hellish establishment. Being over here, sometimes I have flashbacks to 5 years ago when I still worked there. I never want to go through another fucking high school outrush ever again. Every day, those stupid high schoolers would come and just order so many drinks every day. I don't know how they did. How does a high schooler have that much money? And then not to mention all the fucking Karens that shortly after would get off work and then they'd bring the teenagers back to Starbucks for another fucking drink. And I'm just sitting here like, what is wrong with you people?
Apparently my acting was so good I gave Dandy PTSD. Also, this sound hop, that's me slapping on a technical manual to simulate the sound of Phoenix Wright tapping on the piece of paper that he's doing. You'll notice it only happens when Phoenix is tapping on that piece of paper. It's also the exact same. It's also the exact same size as that fucking thing as well.
I need to address something. I'm guessing you had a bad time at Starbucks, Dandy. Just real quick. I am an autistic man who had to work retail / fast food for many years of his life, and I had to do it at the busiest store in the district, and we consistently got the lowest amount of tips. So, no matter how hard we worked, I got absolutely nothing. And I was passed up for a promotion to a shift supervisor multiple times, despite doing the manager's job better than she did. And that's probably why I wasn't promoted, because she didn't want the competition. So,
nice.
It was fucking delicious karma when the area manager, which is a step above district, by the way, well, once the area manager had heard that I had left for another job that was paying me better, he started investigating the store. That manager was forcefully demoted to a shift supervisor position at another store within 2 weeks. Don't fuck with me. I did not feel any shred of sympathy because.
So what you're saying is that you're like the proto Karen, but inverted.
Yeah, basically I worked so hard with any job I've ever had that there are some people in management that don't like the idea that I'm a threat to their position. When, I'll be honest, I didn't even want a manager position. I just wanted a shift supervisor position so I could have more say in, like, making the store run better. I didn't want the fucking bullshit of a manager role, hell no. But, yeah, Starbucks was not kind to me. Some other stores in the district, though, were apparently very fun to work for. It varies from store to store, like everything in retail. Anyways, we're in court.
Yeah, apparently, with a side of coffee aggression. I'm getting all of my coffee-related hatred out now.
No, go for it. Because this is the last chance you'll be able to do it.
I know. It's like I'm telling Goto off for like an entire. By the way, this was my plan. I've had weeks to prepare everything that I needed to go after him. So like I'm literally like just find every fucking fact I can fucking find in order to hit this bitch where it hurts. Like he's a real person. 7.
It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift?
Is that all you have to say?
I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind.
Could you please knock it off with these cheesy, shitty, boring, trite metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Like your incredibly pathetic obsession with mid-tier coffee brands, throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There's an awful lot of inconsistencies with this one, and we've dealt with a court trial with a talking fucking parrot, and
The parrot at least testified truthfully.
and a flying statue, actually. Well, Iris, how about it? You gonna lie another time? You got another one?
Well, it's just...
Yes,
What one
me.
did Gato? Which one did Gato give you to try next?
If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing.
Oh, come on. What do you mean?
There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said?
Prosecutor Gato, explain yourself.
The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. Human needs one thing to see clearly. That is light.
Light.
By the way, did you know? Azakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit.
I did wonder what that stone lantern there's there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly?
Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern.
Impossible?
It hadn't been used in a long time and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all.
Most enlightening.
Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, trite?
No. Order! Order! Order!
Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it'll rekindle the flame of truth in your mind.
There it is. He lugged the entire fucking lantern from the training hall into the courtroom.
Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face?
What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot?
This lantern. There's something written on it.
Huh?
Why, it's written in blood! Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet.
Written in blood.
Yeah, the same thing Mr. Virtual Boy looking head ass can't see the color of.
It says Maya upside down.
What the?
Oh, yes, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body.
It certainly looks that way.
Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about?
What do you mean, what are we talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood.
Nonsense! This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle.
Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all. Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday.
My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was a dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Gatto, is there anything further?
Oh, he's getting more baked. That's how people
Buffalo
smoke it, right?
soldier in the heart of America.
That's how people
Stolen
do.
from Africa, brought to America. All right, I'll stop.
That's how the devil's lettuce is ingested through the eyeballs, right? You gotta understand, I grew up in suburbia. I don't know these things.
Dandy, you are so fucking white.
The funny thing is, I could ask my sister anything I wanted about drug use, and she would be able to tell me whatever the question was.
Yeah.
We had very different we had different routes
Mr.
in our
Godot?
teenage years.
You okay, Mr. Godot?
Okay then. Let's move on.
Godot's literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from the caffeine overdose. Okay, so we are acknowledging the fact that he's got a fucking caffeine overdose. Nice. I believe it has now been established.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Poor Godot, he's got his VR headset from Apple. Fucking Vision Pro have an ass.
Miss Dunim was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong.
Now it's time to turn our attention to you.
Yes, sir.
After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears.
Alright. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Kurain tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. Dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple, and I used the Shichisto to alter the way the wound looked.
So you moved the body.
Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan. And so, I never imagined that Elise Dunim was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin.
A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for Twist of Fate, Your Honor.
Intended to return to the inner temple after.
I will be right back.
Okay. Let's leave it here. So hi chat. How are all of you doing tonight? Hey Faust. Oh, I just thought, hey Van. Slug is on his soup. Okay. I actually might be having soup for dinner myself after stream. Soup has just been sounding really good. And I'm not gonna lie, just some tomato basil soup, some shredded Parmesan on top, maybe some crackers to go with. Oh, we don't have crackers. Fuck. Oh, Mizu, Slug has more than finished inking that picture. He's gone on to shading. He is making some fucking progress. Hey Trader.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Hey, welcome back.
But,
You were spotted by the head nun, correct?
yes, and that's why I couldn't go back.
Your story makes sense, I suppose.
The judge has food.
Oh, you'll see. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Mm-hmm. Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, I forget this testimony, so let's just tackle it like I usually do. I feel like there's a sussy statement here somewhere. Right here. This is gonna be the sussy one, I think.
A coffee's quality of bitterness should be never confused with the actual components that make up its flavors. That being acidity, which is one of the 6 basic taste characteristics of coffee, along with body, aroma, sweetness, and aftertaste.
Yep.
Aftertaste is exactly what this entire amount of lying to me is doing, and it's leaving a bad one in my mouth. That's pretty amazing you could make it all the way across. It's a rickety old bridge.
It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age. Well, maybe not anymore, but...
It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold.
But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? Would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple.
I thought that it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maha. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible.
Huh, makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge?
I need something to establish a time frame, because if I can establish a time frame here, then I can prove that the bridge was already on fire.
So you waited until everything was over before making a move.
No, it's not like that.
She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid.
Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. Wait, isn't it your job as the judge to mediate the argument?
I can't.
What I'm saying is I don't do my job very well, Phoenix.
The fucking judge just replies with, "You couldn't pay me enough to mediate the sort of arguments you two have." Like,
I don't know enough about coffee. I can't do anything. You two are really upping your game right now for this cattiness.
which, by the way, if you ever want to know if a coffee has a high acidity, pay attention to the sides of your tongue when you sip it. The sides of your tongue will tingle if it has a high acidity. While I was at Starbucks, I may have...
This caramel macchiato that I'm currently sipping isn't very acidic.
You did not get an iced caramel macchiato.
No, I got a hot caramel macchiato, so I could
damn
feel
it.
the burn on my tongue, like my thirst for justice in the courtroom.
How do you know this? Oh, so while I was at Starbucks, I may have gotten Coffee Master certified, which when you go through that little training program, they give you a fancy black apron. And it basically tells people, hey, I know shit about coffee. A lot of it. Did you know that the thing that changes the flavor profile of coffee is quite simply where it's grown? That's it.
No, it's also how long the beans are roasted for.
Well, that has a factor in, but the base flavor is what I'm talking about. Like the biggest factor is, and also there was a point in my life that I knew all the Starbucks blends so intimately that I could just smell it and be like, oh, that's that blend, and that's from this country.
Also, also the big factor of where it's grown. A lot of that has to do with what's in the soil and shit like that.
Correct. Yeah. But anyways.
It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done.
Right? Well, actually. Okay. Let's form a timeline. The earliest she would have been killed would have been 10 p.m., right? And when did lightning strike Dusky Bridge? Weather data. Lightning
And yes,
struck
for everybody.
at
I am
10:45.
drinking coffee right now at 7:12 at night, just for the bit of this stream.
You are gonna be up so late tonight.
Mm-hmm. I slept half the day
Not fair.
because I knew I was going to be up late tonight,
Yeah.
and also because I barely slept at all last night. I have been having nonstop, uncontrollable nightmares.
Yeah.
Life is fun, isn't it?
Life is fun. Life is a journey.
So
ups and
you
downs.
knew then. You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey.
Yes, of course I did.
That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position.
Anyway, she was a very special person indeed.
Uh-huh. Why'd you do that?
Because I didn't want Mrs. Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene.
You moved her body all by yourself.
Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow.
The snow, huh?
I feel I'm gonna try something here. I am gonna try something. So I forget this testimony, so here's where my logic is, right? I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Kurain tradition. Why didn't you wipe off the blood then?
Uh-oh.
Nope. God damn it. Like, that's... No, you could totally make a point for that, but that's not what the game wants me to do. Okay. Back behind. Alright, we're just gonna press every statement and see if anything new comes of it.
The snowmobile? I knew that would come up sooner or later.
Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge.
This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details?
This is gonna be the point. Traxers. Let's ask about the snowmobile itself.
Let me hear about this snowmobile ride.
Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge.
I'm sorry, witness. But now I've got a problem with your testimony.
Excuse me?
Kato, what are you doing?
That night, after the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, she said she walked from the inner temple back to Hazakura Temple.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain that's what the record indicates.
Let's recall her comments on the subject.
Oh, yeah, maybe, but when I made it to the back of the Hazakura Temple, it was there by the main gate, the snowmobile, I mean.
Snowmobile was in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say?
Order, Mr. Cadeau! Why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness's testimony?
Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay?
Well, maybe, Sister Bikini missed it. Yes, maybe she didn't see it.
You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right.
Huh, whatever. Even I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just, better be careful in your testimony. That's all I wanted to say. Smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that.
Yes, sir.
What was that all about? That was a veiled threat. Why would Gato want to give me a hint? Very well then, let's continue with the testimony. So you transported the body by snowmobile. All the way to the Hazakura Temple courtyard.
Yes, I thought that way Mystic Maya would never be suspected. That's what I thought anyway. And then I...
Wait! Oh.
I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. Why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of.
All right, hold on. No. No, she wouldn't have. Because the weather data states... Please let this be right. The weather data states that snow kept falling until 10:50 p.m. If she would have gone back before the lightning strike, the tracks would have been covered up by the snow. Which means... If I present the tracks here... This has gotta be it, right? God damn it!
You might want to start using a fucking guide there, numbnuts.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up now because this... hold on. I apologize. I swear I have the fucking, I have the logic right. It's just, it's not what the game wants me to do. So... Okay. So here's what I have to do. Okay, so we repress this statement. It's gonna be the same stuff, but instead of asking about the snowmobile, we're supposed to ask about the tracks to figure out what I just said.
If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally, you'd expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial.
This picture that I just presented!
This game does things sometimes.
Are these the tracks from that ride?
Yes, I think they are.
But I can only see one set of tracks here.
I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple.
I see. Snow was still falling, huh?
And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks.
How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony?
Extremely important.
When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like that statement Iris just made to be added to the testimony.
There we go.
But does it have something to do with the case? You'll bet your sweet puppy it does!
This should be fun.
Oh, shut up.
You, let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we?
Yes, sir.
Do 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 do. Okay, let's see. What do you want me to present?
Oh, baby.
Oh, for
Professional
fuck's
Twitch streamer
sake.
Daniel Bandicoot
Okay.
actually fucking this at the last minute.
So what this, so boom. We understand this now. And now we can go back to this one. I'm just gonna say, because this fucking bullshit, just so bullshit. I hate this testimony. This one this specific one in particular. I dragged it across all the way. Yeah, no, you couldn't have. There we go. That's how you're supposed to connect those dots. Fuck!
You claimed that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. I'm sorry, Iris. That's just not possible.
What?
I said, I'm sorry, Iris, but that's just not possible. This is the weather data from the night of the murder.
There we go.
According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time.
Why do you say that?
Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and caught on fire.
What did you say? The bridge? It was on fire?
Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and caught on fire. That's exactly how I said it, even the same cadence. You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burnt down.
What? But it can't... It can't be.
It's because of that lightning strike that the bridge burnt down, see? Same statement and cadence. Looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a defense attorney. Not a real one, at least. All right, order, order! The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I'll find you in contempt of court. The thing I should have found you in contempt of the first time you lied. Because that's how holding someone in contempt of court works. You have anything to say for yourself?
The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man.
Shut the fuck up, Godot.
Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now.
That's not how court works, Godot.
The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right?
Yes, but we do that by following the law. Like
Whether
courtrooms
it
have
was
rules.
snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not. There are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Dunim was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Dunim's body.
You know, he makes a good point on both accounts.
That's right. I'm not lying.
Then why is it that you're saying that in the way that you just discovered you're not lying and not like you weren't lying in the first place? What are you claiming this time?
I wasn't myself at all that night.
You're not yourself right now, clearly!
So, my memory's still somewhat hazy.
You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is this hazy?
It is only human to err. You're so perfect, Trite. Maybe you can explain this for the court.
I would, but I'd have to write it in red pen for you because you clearly wouldn't be able to see it otherwise. Fuck.
When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. but somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick.
I don't know. Maybe they put her in a fucking catapult and fired it over the bridge. Oh, look, here's Larry to corroborate the story. Fuck! All of you people are goddamn crazy!
Ice?
You pay attention to the rules of the courtroom when it's practical, you throw them in the garbage when they're not! That's not how rules work! You don't periodically go left on red and drive into oncoming traffic for shits and giggles! Fuck!
You haven't even seen the worst of it yet.
It gets worse!
In the 5th game, the major plot point is the Dark Age of the Law. Oh boy, you're having the same reaction I did. Oh man, we're gonna get there.
What is... Please tell me, what is the Dark Age of the Law? What is Ace, does Apollo Justice dipshit attorney come out with 2 6-shooters and go, all right, we're gonna rustle us up some truth. Or my name isn't Apollo, yeah, Justice.
I mean, that would give him a 4th backstory, so... I kid you not, every single game, 4, 5, and 6, they forgot what Apollo's backstory was each time and gave him a different backstory each time. It's hysterical to witness. Anyways.
My name is Apollo Justice, Arabian Prince.
Why is that actually almost? Why is that almost?
My name is Apollo Justice, just a sad, rough and tumble kid from the streets of the Bronx who's down on his luck and hungry for a dream.
Sad, rough and tumble kid from somewhere.
My name is Apollo Justice, convicted Vietnamese sex offender and otherwise downright cool-looking kid. Like
that one is not right. Anyways.
Riley is just kind of laying in a pile on the ground in front of me, looking up at my bullshit the more of it comes out of my face.
We'll deal with Apollo's bullshit when we get there. For now, we have to deal with the bridge bullshit.
I guess so. Unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. Oh, it looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation.
You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth.
Shut the fuck up, coffee face. All right then, witness, let's hear more of your testimony.
About what, Your Honor?
I don't know at this point. You're just saying newer and dumber things, and it's like a car accident I can't stop looking at. I just want to see how it plays out. Your prior testimony contained a rather large crock of shit in it. Just lie again. Different this time.
I can do that, Your Honor.
Will this be her final testimony?
Final.
Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge?
Alright. Okay. So what I'm about to do, let's call it a gamer. Oh wait, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to click. Sorry.
I'm sorry,
This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident.
It certainly was burnt to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. I swear to God, if they're like, but if we launched it across? What if we just threw her dead body down a flight of stairs and then yeehawed it over the fucking cliff? What if we put it in a trebuchet?
I'm gonna tell you right now, the actual explanation is even... Hold on, the actual explanation is actually dumber than what you're proposing.
What if we get professional WWE superstar Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson to big swing it over?
Andy, why are you laughing? Because I know how this plays out, and I'm just enjoying the ride that Ice is on right now, because I experienced this ride like 15 years ago.
Unless I do something to discredit this dumb bullshit, it's gonna be deemed as the truth. And honestly, I fuck Maya. The truth deserves better than this as a concept.
Right. I'm only gonna say it one more time. It is only human to err. And only humans can spot the errors of our ways.
The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. All right, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination.
All right, guys, are you ready for this? Are you all ready for this? So, are you saying that there's a way to cross a burning bridge?
A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? What?
You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air.
I don't know about that one, Tin Lizzy. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen.
Yo,
Preposterous!
Oh, it gets dumber! Who is it? Who is this witness? And what were they on at the time? I can't chicken out here. I've got to keep the attack on the go away. Miss Elise Dunims. I can't say it.
Say the line, Ice.
Miss Elise Dunims. Her brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Clarice Dunham.
Highly gifted.
apprentice?
Brilliant? I don't know why, but the idea of the judge saying that, like, weirdly slow cracked me up.
He's so, like, just, oh, there's so much going on right now. I can only process so much at a time. That's the part I'm gonna focus on.
Remember what he said in his testimony? That night when he was at the Mountain Shack Heavenly Hall? And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? It's not April Fool's Day today, is it? Are you fucking cracked, right? Are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? I don't know, is Mr. Dunim's last name really, like, just secretly Maxwell? Can you just write dumb shit in the air and make it come true? Is that what we're going with now? Because that's about the same level of dumb shit coming out of your mouth. Oh boy, the judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket.
Well, Trite, There's nowhere left for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything?
It absolutely proves that the person who drew it has the mind of a 6-year-old. Wait. Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm gonna prove it.
Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch?
Oh, she was flying. She was swinging from the one hanging rope of the bridge. They swung her across. Fucking way! Did she seriously just go, I know, if I tie a rope around the dead body and eat it really hard? Did she Indiana Jones? Did she Tarzan her way across the fucking... I was right, though.
Yes, you were.
I said it was upside down.
Last week you said it, and I was
No,
keeping my mouth
no,
fucking shut.
you were 100% correct. It was last year. It felt like last fucking year. Fucking... Oh my god. Does the bus run through here?
No.
All right then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whiskerface is gonna forgive me of any more mistakes, and honestly, at this point, I wouldn't forgive me either. All right, just look at it and think it over.
It is.
It's exactly what happened.
Actually, there is a complete contradiction in this picture.
Oh, because it's right side up when it should be upside down. There's something obviously funny about this sketch. Well, I'm no art critic or voice actor, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor.
Also, by the way, selecting exactly what happened, it's not the right answer. But
Maurice Junim stated it over and over that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. But that fucking idiot was laying on his back. If we are to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it.
it contradicts reality.
Huh. This is getting interesting. It's like you're back to that finger pointing thing again. Okay, Trite, so what exactly contradicts reality as we know it?
It's her position being up. Oh. It's this wire connected to the bridge. The wire?
Huh. Is that the thing that contradicts reality? Really, Trite?
It is indeed.
And show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that'll point out how the sketch contradicts reality.
Well, you just gave us a very pretty picture that shows that the suspension wires are below the bridge.
Mm-hmm. That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Uh-huh. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, jumping Jehoshaphat, the wires are below the guard wires.
What?
Yeah! Oh, fuck it. This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo, that's for certain. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong?
Or perhaps he just drew it wrong.
Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong.
Oh no! I'm right! Phoenix right! With someone like Larice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question. Why did he make a mistake? Outside of his questionable ethics, horrible taste in women, inability to get laid, inability to maintain a coherent conversation or level of volume during a coherent conversation, dress himself, wash himself, breathe, breed, respirate, aspirate. Honestly, he's just a living conundrum. So what was the reason?
Also, just for chat, there are some suspension bridges where the wires actually do go below instead of above. That is an actual thing.
Are you saying you know the answer to that?
Listen, think back, all right? You know, hit rewind in that VHS recorder of a visor you're wearing. Remember what Larice was doing when he witnessed the event? Oh, sorry, I sneezed when I smell bullshit. He was at what the fuck?
Bless you.
He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited and waited and waited and waited, and finally, he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Larice must have been in that time. I'll give you a hint, it wasn't missionary. He was laying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did, up fucking side down. He was laying on his back, I can't see how that relates. But it does, Your Honor. That's the reason why the wires in the sketch go upside or go inside. It go in and out the hot oven, in out old the cold food. Yeah.
No way.
Oh.
I see what he's getting at.
Oh, it gets dumber. Larice didn't witness the event while he was lying on his back, face up. Oh, sorry, sometimes I have bullshit in my nose. In other words, this scene that he saw was actually upside down, which I believe I called out a fucking week ago. So that this sketch should actually just, if you think you finally get it, Your Honor, flip just quick the correct way to view Larice Dudim's sketches like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum.
Ridiculous.
Oh, it gets dumber.
Of all the things to say, a pendulum?
That's right, Starbucks. The bridge was burning to a crisp. There's no way to get across it. But if the body had been found in the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where a criminal decides to take a gamble. They use the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done.
Hey, Deacons! We're in the middle of bullshit.
Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky
Deacons?
Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff.
Yep, that sounds about right.
In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a
Yep,
rope
that sounds about right.
To get a rope that long, you'd have to plan ahead.
Yep, that sounds about right. The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident. So it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them.
What?
I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create the pendulum, pointing out the photo with the giant hanging rope? And the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, ding ding, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard, right in the fucking middle where there is no conceivable way they could have gone out to get it. Oops, plot hole.
No, that's not a plot hole. They'll explain it.
This is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste. So they tied the wire around Elise Dunim's body. This is so stupid. That is the dumbest shit. That is.
Azzy in the background.
This is the. Why
No
did you
eyes.
say this was? Why did you say this was the best one?
Whoops! I didn't mean to press that button.
No, that's more plausible.
So, So I'm just gonna say this. Because it gets even crazier.
Why did they animate?
Kurain technique mystic yeet. They use a Kurain levitation technique to hover across the bridge, grab the rope, come back, and swing the body.
Maybe
Trust
she
me?
should have made it. Maybe she should have made a noose out of it and fucking swung herself across that way. It would have
just
been more
wait.
convincing.
There's even more crazy shit that happens. This is not the end of it.
But just wait. The writing gets worse.
Oh, I fucking love this shit.
I'm starting to learn a lot more about you by the moment, and I'm not so sure I like it.
Huh.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Yeah, he's had it. He is trying to kill himself to escape this.
Mr. Goto, Mr. Goto, stop! First off, how deep does that cup go?
He's still going.
It seems that Mr. Goto is currently killing himself. So that's a thing. It seems the odds of rope being readily available were very high, and the likelihood of this working being very low. How is there still liquid left?
Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite. I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? Actually, I do. This was found on an outcropping near Dusky Bridge.
Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far, because it's going to hurt more to watch Godot go through that a second time. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then what was the spot where Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank.
What? What makes you think something like that happened?
Well, because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped from a distance.
What kind of evidence?
Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but that came loose and fell after about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose.
That's
really stupid, I know. This bloodstained amethyst crystal, it's the one that came off of Miss Elise Dunham's staff. Thankfully, the department store hot glue that she used to affix it wasn't exactly craggle or anything like that, so it came yeeting off like crazy. I guess all it takes is 10 feet to destroy a precious piece of hobby. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed. I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found...
Yup, right there at the top.
Precisely, Your Honor! In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. Well, this explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. And it is by far one of the dumbest things I've heard in this court this entire year. But that's the thing about you, Mr. Wright. Every year that you're in this courtroom, I hear a new, spectacularly stupid, crack-brained load of malarkey horse manure come out of your word shoot. And every single time, it somehow manages to be correct. It's fucking in front of God and everything. So congrats, Mr. Wright.
I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down.
Mr. Godo, why are you built like this? Who touched you?
If only you knew the answer to that, Judge. It was a dark and bitter guess that you made, trite. But you forgot about one thing.
And what would that be?
The aroma.
Yeah. I can tell that was actually Starbucks that you threw at me. I don't know why you would oust yourself like that for having poor taste in coffee.
A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma.
But you threw cold coffee on my face. And cooling down typically reduces the odor of coffee. And the rest of the court doesn't speak coffee-nese. Can you please elaborate a bit more?
The criminal had sent the body to the other side like you say. Then naturally, there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it.
An accomplice?
The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, trite?
You know, Mr. Godot's correct. This just can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you have to do. Is this the part where we have to unfortunately say that somebody was doing some channeling shenanigans and was actually possessed by the spirit of what's-her-fuck and wound up being the accomplice to the murder? Is this how we gotta do it? The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Oh. And who wants some beef and broccoli after this? I'm feeling like Chinese. Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who is the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side?
It's simple. It was Iris. He looked so stoned and done with this shit for a second there.
It can only be you, sister. Iris!
Huh? Ah! But I
don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini couldn't pick up a body like that. Also, she probably would never do it because she has a sense of fucking morals and ethics, which apparently you and your dead sister don't have. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Right. Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath.
Yeah, I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Goto? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the dead victim. That's an awful lot of awake and conscious with a mouth open and agape for desecration. That's strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in 2 different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Do you know anything about the Kurain school channeling technique? I mean, why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony?
Mention what?
Pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness. I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge. Which means it is now a fact that this occurred. Something you should have already known about.
No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum.
But the body couldn't have been passed along the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with!
What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright?
What? What the what? What kind of nonsense? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple?
Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is...
None other than Maya Fey, currently channeling another bitch. There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin the murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand, her real name is...
Dahlia Hawthorne.
I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, you crooked bitch, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless.
Huh. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Ah, yes, I remember now. A case 5 years ago.
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence.
Oh, right, yeah. Didn't she just make my dick do tricks? I remember that. That was... Oh, no, the honors. The honors, ho ho ho, yeah, that was very embarrassing. That was a very embarrassing court trial for me. But according to this, bitch be dead.
That's just how he said it.
It says her execution was carried out last month.
So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom.
Order.
Wait a moment. How can you? My sister, she's already dead.
No, your sister is currently locked up behind the multi-finger jigsaw fuck in the Cave of Trials. You're Maya Fey, who's still channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. You haven't let her go. You of all people should understand, after all. The blood of the masters of the Kurain channeling technique flows within that body. The Kurain channeling technique? Now, where have I heard that before? That's right. You're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium.
What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was.
There were plans written for it, literally found by a child, with explicit instructions. So, fucking, yeah? If you're gonna put things that way, then...
We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens?
It wasn't a coincidence. It was fucking premeditated. Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It was all written here in these instructions, black and white, clear as crystal.
What's that?
These instructions were written by Mommy Dearest, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple.
2 of them.
Oh, I see why you do it now, Godot. I'm high on this caffeine train. I see, it just makes everything pop out so much more for you. Even the channeling was planned out. Everything, every last fucking detail. As soon as you hear the lights out, in other words, 10 p.m., that's when they start the whole fucking routine. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne.
Do you even know what you're saying, trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris.
Where's your evidence?
Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike.
Yeah, this fucking happened. It actually fucking happened.
It was later that the body was moved by pendulum.
That's right.
Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. You with me so far?
Yes.
After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There, they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center.
Yeah, I suppose. Can't deny any of that.
Oh, thank goodness. Looks like he's finally convinced.
But something still seems like bullshit, like a lot of bullshit. I am still not convinced that the iris is here as the same one from the other night.
Huh. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous.
Folgers is good coffee.
I was thinking something more like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places.
Switched places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things that I don't understand, but I do know. And unless we can confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Fine, get me a priest, perform a fucking exorcist, yeehaw the bitch out of her body and watch her tits grow back to normal and you'll see Maya on the stand. What, do I need to go fucking grab the 9-year-old girl in the hallway and ask her to channel the spirit of Mia Fey? Talk some fucking sense into you? Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia.
Oh, take care,
Which
Mizu.
means... Well, take care, Mizu. They dangle a cheeseburger in front of her.
Maya will
come out. Here, boy. Here, boy. Come on. Here, Maya. Come on, Maya. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Want a Whopper? Want a Whopper? 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 There's a Big Mac. There's a Big Mac. Got a Big Mac here. Dave's double. Dave's triple. Wubba wubba. Fucking goddamn. They must have switched places somehow. Well, Mr. Wright. Since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, there been any chances for Iris to switch places with...
There was one!
This entire trial is so fucking dumb now.
Oh, it's about to get crazier, man. You don't even realize, you haven't even hit the big plot twist yet.
Your Honor, why was I drawn with cauliflower ear?
Oh, God. I just realized that. Oh, dear Lord. I'm never going to be able to unsee that. Thank you, asshole.
Why was Phoenix Wright drawn with fucking cauliflower ear? Was he a boxer before this?
I mean, with as many punches as he throws, maybe.
Maybe that would explain why most of his theories are crack shot as hell. He's taken too many blows to the head.
Yeah.
I think there might have been a little chance. Oh God, explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown.
Unknown? What do you mean?
What I mean is, the knowing, there was none of that. Hence the unknown part. There was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move around freely like that? God, I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris a chance to freely move about is...
Are you kidding me, right? Are you really gonna word it like that?
This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, let me explain. There was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, wasn't there? Oh, an earthquake,
Holy fucking shit, an earthquake! Oh my goodness, the inner temple! Oh, this kind of trauma might cause a bit of an oopsie.
How could I have? She fled. She escaped.
We went to the inner temple right away. Ah, fuck, I have a sneeze trying to come out. Ah.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, fuck.
Bless you.
And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider...
Be quiet.
It's been a long time, Mr. Judge.
Oh! Okay, that bitch. That bitch voice.
Guess I'll have to ask again. On meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. It's one of my rules.
Dahlia Hawthorne. And my current profession? Permanently retired.
Huh. So you're not gonna bother hiding your identity anymore, huh?
Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me.
What's going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself.
Alright, here we go. The trial starts here.
The sound of Phoenix pulling his fucking gun out and cocking the hammer, just holding it against your fucking temple. Trial's over.
Jesus.
I got a gun.
Girls
gotta die.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do in a circumstance like this, right? Where everyone's like, well, we're currently talking to a fucking ghost, so I guess litigation just kind of takes a back seat for insanity. Well, let's continue this where we left off, shall we? Well, witness.
Yes? How can I help you, Mr. Judge?
It seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that.
Yeah, but
when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. Are we gonna have to try and catch a ghost?
Yeah.
In a contradiction? Why does she have anything to lie about?
The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but seems to have succeeded anyway.
So that means you really are... Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fey?
Yes. You have a problem with that?
Don't give us that nonsense! There's no way that...
Watch yourself, Trite. You've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. It's one of my rules.
Do your fucking rules extend to ghost possession?
Yes.
How do you accommodate for that? Mr. Gatto is correct, and by the way, that's one of my rules as well, especially when dealing with ghosts. You know what? I honestly can't tell if I'm alive or dead at this point.
So, in addition to cross-examining a parrot, he has now cross-examined a ghost. So let's just get the details of all this.
The dumb fucking details.
Yep.
The chimp shitting on a flat rock details.
Yep.
I can't believe I'm about to say this. You were executed last month, correct?
Yes, I was hanged.
I didn't know.
Exactly.
One more sec. Say that one more time.
Yes, I was hanged.
Oh, fuck. And I just come. Thanks.
it wasn't exactly pleasant.
Good! Fucking, you tried to get me to poison myself, you dumb bitch! Good, I'm glad you I hope you suffered! It's a shame they didn't use the guillotine! How did you manage to discuss the plan? Bitch, when did you talk with Morgan Fay? Cunt.
Oh, last year she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see. So that's when you discussed the plan.
Huh? Are you crazy? At first that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter.
All to make Pearl Fay the master of Kudain.
She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as a master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
A plan, huh? Hold on, I have to use the bathroom. Apparently you cannot drink a single Starbucks coffee without having to piss.
Yeah,
which
no,
means,
that's...
once again, Gatto has a piss leg.
Piss leg, yes, yes.
Hi, chat. How are you guys liking the case? Do you like that we're cross-examining a fucking ghost after the pendulum of hilarity?
This is the fun part. Right, Nasen? I fucking love this shit. I fucking love this case because it goes absolutely insane and yet it's still coherent. That is the part that amazes me the most, is that they keep all of this coherent. To think this isn't even the weirdest part yet, I know, right? Like, the reason I started earlier is I didn't know how long this was gonna take. But steel drawing, oh, Vito, I'm excited to see what you're cooking up there. It's down at Starbucks Frappuccino, oops. Oh, Newmar, what'd you get? If you actually have one. When I used to work at Starbucks, I would always get a vanilla. Wait, is it the cafe vanilla or vanilla bean? Because when I was working at Starbucks, I would often get the cotton candy frappuccino, which is the vanilla bean with raspberry syrup and had so much sugar in it. Chilled coffee drink. Okay, so it is the cafe vanilla with the actual coffee in it. Nice. Nice. Because there's the coffee base and the cream based frappuccinos. I still remember the fucking recipes on how to make those. Ugh. Why do I remember this shit? Why won't it leave my brain? I swear to God, if I ever had to go back to Starbucks, I'd be able to pick up exactly where I left off. Okay, Cyber. Yeah, I'm sure there are a couple parts of this case where I'm like, okay, that's convoluted. But also, it's anime court trial, and me personally, my opinion is I just love the insanity these games go to. Even when I'm like, okay, this is just utter horse shit, can we please move on? There's still a part of me that's enjoying it. Like, even the circus case. Even that case, as painful as it is, there is a part of me that still enjoys going through it. It's a very small part of me, but... Man, Ice really had a piss. Standing for masochist? In some degrees. Hey, there it is.
Now that my brain's done aching.
Yeah. It's time for more ache.
You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct?
Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister Iris?
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister
That
was
much
a
is
nuisance.
obvious.
My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple.
You mean Iris?
Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
How horrible. I'm genuinely happy that you're dead.
The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child. Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Unfortunately for her, Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family.
Maya would have to die. You cunt.
Wasn't my plan. For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
Ahem. Cunt! But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that! She adores Maya!
How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all.
That's ridiculous!
She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fey as well.
How could anyone do that? You were going to kill Maya!
Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me.
So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple.
She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it.
And the witness in this case was a head nun, Sister Bikini.
I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
Why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? I'm a sociopath, duh.
Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her.
Backstabber? You dizzy cunt!
Just don't understand. Never will. Anyway.
You think the plan was a success?
You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey.
That's absurd. Maya is just... She's just trapped inside the sacred cavern.
Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny.
So fun fact, back in the day, I had a close friend that was a local furry named Wendigo, and his last name was Feeny, and so everyone of the furry friends that we had would call him that, including calling him Phoenix because he was particularly well hung.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Well then.
Yeah, that was your non sequitur. Take it up the ass.
Okay, I don't know if I could.
Okay.
You said it was pretty big, so.
Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people.
You know, it's funny. It's illegal in some states, but I actually have a mini recorder here, and I recorded you when you said that you were hung, and I'm going to play that tonight on loop while I masturbate. So, naivete that, cunt. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan?
I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of.
If that's how you feel, why'd you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya?
You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that.
So then tell me! Why?
Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself.
You're
For my
dead!
for my own personal satisfaction.
What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead, even though she's dead. What were they gonna do? Cat fight over burgers in the afterlife?
Give me one second.
God, I swear I'm about to have a bridge moment.
Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was?
Yeah, actually.
Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself?
As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either.
You wanted to take revenge on someone.
I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey.
I somehow knew this was it.
I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
The reason it was impossible was perhaps because Mia Fey had already died.
Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
And how do you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on. Forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own 2 hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans.
Just for that, you'd kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fay. Also, sorry, Godot, looks like Mia didn't love you the most. Well, as they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the cunt. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. But you're dead, so who gives a shit?
Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me.
Actually, I know a Catholic priest.
That night,
Father Flanagan?
about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world.
You know, as you do.
I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. They don't work very well, by the way. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple.
So, it was Elise Dunan who channeled her after all.
That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back.
What did you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern, then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom, and...
So then you're saying you stabbed Maya?
It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What the fuck does that mean, no clear memory?
I don't know. I think I was stabbed.
You were stabbed?
At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it.
That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork.
Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I'd hoped it would cast suspicion on her.
I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end.
That's where my memory temporarily stops.
It stops?
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness.
You were in the sacred cavern?
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there.
And how did you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. Didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself.
For a ghost, you're one tough cookie.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
The trick lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside of the sealed cavern?
Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it.
Interrupted?
It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who? Could it have been Maya?
I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see.
Why not?
If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern.
That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy.
Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
Flies had already started to gather.
The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up.
Lady Luck?
After that big earthquake, she showed up. All by herself.
The real Iris.
She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded.
What do you mean your plan had succeeded?
I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fey.
Of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Fey, the picture book author.
What?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden. It was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. Even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
And that is?
Matricide.
the sin of killing her own mother.
Oh, you bitch! Or, I'll take a cheeseburger. My God, what is the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey, but even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Faye's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
Ridiculous! That's nonsense!
Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence?
The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? The idea that she's still in Sacred Cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the Inner Temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else?
Eagle River.
Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever.
Unless you're me.
Or me, if you must be like that. So, what do you have to say now, Beanie?
Yeah, whose body is that you're in now? Gato, I think your phone's going off. Gato, your phone? You gonna answer
Oops.
that? You didn't put it to silent, did you?
That's my phone. Sorry.
Yeah, no, yeah, we know you have a leitmotif.
Godot here. Okay. Thanks.
Was it something important?
They just finished removing the locks from the Sacred Cavern.
That's great! What about Maya?
There was a woman in the cave.
Was it Maya Fey?
It was the accused, Sister Iris.
Then I was right. Maya is standing right in front of us.
Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that.
So what about... I can't play dumb. You're
No,
Maya.
Just go with it. Go with the writing for a second.
What about Maya? Where is she?
There's no one else found inside the Sacred Cavern.
It can't be.
I told you, didn't I? She's dead?
No. No!
To be fair, Phoenix is in a lot of distress right now. He isn't thinking the clearest. His ex that tried to murder him is currently a witness.
Mm-hmm. And in this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Why is it that every court case that has to do with you, Dahlia Hawthorne, always ends with someone dead on my witness stand? It appears the killer of Elise Dunham, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of Eagle River. Can't be.
Trite. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem.
What is that supposed to mean, Gato?
According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means that Maya had thrown herself into the river. Must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge.
That's right. That's where she jumped from.
But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there.
What?
Don't get your panties all twisted up, trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again.
I'm kind of distressed. So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River. Well, Mr. Wright? Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Faye threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim?
Actually, yeah, is this the right one? Yep, the map, right there.
Yeah, she would have gone on the rocks. Yeah, it's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than the witness.
What did you say?
11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, she had jumped. We should be able to see her body in the photo.
Ah!
Huh. So you finally figured it out.
You. No!
Order. Order!
You're just playing with me. Maya Faye's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding.
Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Yes, just a few minutes ago, actually, you absolute dumbass.
Maya Faye wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River.
Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities.
Now, although it seems improbable, there is still one other place she could be. What? What's this one possibility you're talking about?
That's obviously a bluff. So where's her dead body then?
She's not dead. Finally, I think all the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Faye is in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom.
What?
Maya Faye is here.
You'd say she's here in my courtroom. Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see.
So what?
But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood.
What do you mean?
Tell me something. At this very moment, who's channeling Dahlia Hawthorne?
What? That's obvious. It's Pearl Faye, that pathetic little sniveling runt.
You're wrong. Pearl's tried. She couldn't do it.
I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened.
Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit.
Someone called me before Pearl did? But who?
Pearls even tried again on the day after the crime, and even then, when Pearls channels somebody, her hair color doesn't change. Her hair color is very different from yours. So she couldn't do it. What does that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now. Am I correct? As a matter of Dahlia, got an itch for a whopper in the back of your throat? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. Or someone who called you before she could. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Missy Faye is gone. There's only one possibility left. Oh, come on already! I can't stand the tension! Dahlia Hawthorne? The person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye.
What?
How could that be? Remember that this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal.
She said that her goal was to kill Maya Faye.
Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her...
Huh. Well, Gramps, what would happen?
Could it be... Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor.
Well, I don't. What are you going on about?
What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you.
To protect herself from me?
Yeah. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Faye. Path back to Hazakura Temple was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So the problem became, where would the safest place to be hide to be? Where would she go?
You mean that's when she channeled me?
At this time, you thought you'd been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you.
No, don't say that! You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Faye killed herself! Isn't it obvious?
Sorry, but no, it wouldn't have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple.
I don't believe you.
Don't believe me?
A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. She could have never come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea?
Well,
me, of course.
Da-da-da-da. Mia!
Mia Faye. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
I guess I low-key called fucking Mia being channeled too.
So it's true. Oh, some weavers going on. It was you.
Yes.
Huh. Here's something else.
But what? What are you doing here?
That hair. Hey, Pearls.
Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the Inner Temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Faye. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you.
She did.
Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed.
When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear.
And that was?
I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free.
Free? What do you mean?
It was a race against time, so I wrote 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived.
So it was Maya who put the lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things?
If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Faye.
Pearls?
Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother Morgan Faye's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly.
So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Faye to kill Maya at all costs.
It certainly sounds like that was the intent all along.
How dare you! I won't forget this!
Why not just admit it, Dahlia? Your little plan was nothing but a big, fat failure.
Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another?
Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in disastrous failure.
What? How dare you?
In fact, 11 years ago, fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed.
Shut your mouth! That wasn't my fault! It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman.
And then 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny.
You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face!
Nah. Now this. You messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape. Even though she was right there in front of you.
Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Mia Fey! You spinster! I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would! And if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death! True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity.
You know, I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you. Because you were already dead.
What about it?
Well, see, then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego lives on forever.
That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. You're wrong! It can't be! How could I lose to the likes of you?
You know, it's funny. It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Oh, Jesus. I feel like part of me is being plagiarized at this very moment.
Not ready. Not ready to go.
Fuck's sake, guys.
Nick. Sis.
Good. Look what you did. You made Maya pass out.
Oh, she was holding that one in for a while, man.
God damn it. So, real talk, that scream, I think I compressed my lungs so much that it actually, like, hurts.
My hearing damage would suggest that, yes. Now, for the first time ever, you know what it's like to be me, deafening and hurting my friends anytime I open my mouth.
I'm sorry.
I'm surprised you didn't get lightheaded.
A little bit.
No, that laugh was Azzy in the background.
Yeah.
Telling you, man,
However,
nothing rips off a laugh better than a well-timed fart.
However, we are not quite done yet.
Now then, I assume you are the real Iris.
Yes, I was just rescued from the Sacred Cavern.
I must say you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne?
You ask me, Your Honor. Looks like she went back to the hell she came from.
Well, serves the bitch right. It seems that Missy Faye wasn't the only victim in this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye. They were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? Yeah, what happened? So about this whole spirit medium thing, it's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticized me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Kurian channeling technique. Isn't that the New Year's issue of Oh, Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. And in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each cage is different and takes place in this world, in its own world, if you will. Almost like they were all individual video games in a fully licensed, high-quality, adventure novella format cartridge. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely, like by purchasing a Game Boy Advance SP or a Nintendo DS. And that's where my brother and I used to differ, because I prefer PC ports. Wow, that's a very convoluted, but at the same time, interesting and insightful way of putting it. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment on the case of Iris Hazakura Temple. Objection! Oh, what now?
You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor.
Oh, what do you mean now?
This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means.
What?
Right. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony?
Dahlia's testimony, you mean?
I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern, and I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom, and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone.
Yes, that's right.
The person that was ultimately killed was a spear medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Dunham. No. Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it.
Oh my god, this trial isn't over?
You're in the final stretch, Trite. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence.
Oh man, it feels like we've really been through the ringer tonight. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony.
The prosecution is ready to call our final witness.
Final witness?
This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye.
Indeed.
Is it really all right, Mr. Prosecutor?
Of course it's all right, Madame Attorney.
Very well then. Who is this final witness?
Huh, isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case.
Someone who saw the murder take place.
Very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes.
You mean Maya? She can't testify after what she's been through.
We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Fey to the witness stand.
If I remember correctly, the first time she has ever taken the witness stand.
Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Fey to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we'll proceed with the trial.
Hey, Trite. Got something to say to you, so listen up.
What is it, Javachino?
I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you.
You got some nerve.
But that's not gonna happen this time. This time, you're gonna have to do this all by yourself.
Well, that's enough. This court will now recess.
Writers
Girls,
calling
stop.
themselves out. This is the moment it all leads to. This is why I love this shit. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk.
Yeah, she's right. when I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they'd already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern.
I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's, something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did?
Huh?
If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent the entire day locked up in there.
Sister. Felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from our father either.
Yeah, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it?
Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dolly had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her.
You talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago?
Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dolly's stepsister Valerie ended up.
That was the case that wounded Mia so badly.
But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder.
Some people, you must mean...
Yes, 2 defense attorneys, Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Ali even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You.
That's right. Iris.
Zippy, thank you for the $10 donation, dude.
Oh, thanks, Zips. There's one more thing that I have to ask you.
Yes. What is it?
On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Dunim, was it really you?
Yes. It was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. Around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away, always said. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple. But
The path of the inner temple was cut off, right?
exactly. We can't just leave the body here, they said. So you've got to do this exactly as I say, got it? It was me. I was the one that received the body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Miss Elise always held.
I knew it. The actual murder weapon was the staff.
Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile.
But why? Why did you alter the body?
I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with a shichisto. wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground.
Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer.
Sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it.
Oh, for fuck's sakes! I see.
Defendant!
Yes?
Judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. There's some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Alright. Well then, see you later. There's something I want to tell you.
Oh, okay. Something else she wants to tell me? So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning.
Phoenix.
Hey, Mia. How's Maya doing?
Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case.
Yeah, I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Dunham really was?
Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew.
Why?
Maya's stronger than you think. She knew she could take it. Or I knew she could take it. All of it.
I mean, I've read some shit online. I know she can take it. What do you mean by that?
I'm gonna pretend you didn't just say that about my younger sister. I want you to figure that out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer? Do you know who it is yet?
Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think just maybe I know who it was.
See ya, Zippy!
Drive safe, Zips. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning.
And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day.
Yep, exactly. So the culprit, someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day.
That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win. Or lose.
Cool, thanks. I've got it. Thank you again, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see, anyway? Who was it that killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. It's me, all by myself.
This is one case that Mia will not be coming in to save you at the last minute. Now, I know that we are close to our normal stopping time, but I will tell you right now, this is...
Close to our normal stopping time? Yeah, we are.
But there's not enough for one more stream here.
Okay.
So, this is literally the end.
Yeah, so it's basically like you're playing the epilogue.
Yes, this is the end.
Okay. Now, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier. Tests? Yes, tests. The bloodied dagger found in the back of that bonsai tree. Oh yeah, that! Totally forgot about that.
That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim.
So, what are the results? Or was it the victim's blood, or... Due to time constraints, that full test wasn't possible, however. There's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. So, it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. And whose blood was it? I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor.
From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly.
Agreed. Very well. Please, bring in the last witness.
Witness, please tell us your name and profession.
Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices.
Maya. Well, according to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Korean channeling technique.
I'm frightened. The Fey clan, I don't want any more to do with it.
Maya. The pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. Oh, very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple. And, you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Dunham's murder. Is this correct?
I didn't see any...
Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Uh-huh?
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
But
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen?
Witness, if you please.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, only one of the three people here are callous assholes. Two of us actually give a shit about you.
I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against a stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
You were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff. Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was.
Maya, think hard.
Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Huh. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone.
Oh, it seems that it'll be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. Cross-examine? What, though? Barely anything to work with. She doesn't look good at all.
Yeah, also,
there's literally like 2 sentences to cross-examine here.
This one's weird.
You think you screamed, but you're not sure?
Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. It's a man, a woman, an adult, a child. I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes.
I thought this person might attack me, Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope.
Sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press it for more details? Wait a minute, Maya. What's this My Last Hope stuff?
What? What do you mean by your last hope?
No, like, that's what you said. You said My Last Hope.
Huh? What? I said what?
Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see, and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me!"
Yeah?
But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope.
Oh, well, you know, that's like, what do you call it when that happens?
He's not doing so well up there.
Oh, yeah, oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at.
Wait, what? You just what?
Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah!
What? What is it?
I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out.
Oh, come on, Maya. We've done this for years. You know you're supposed to get it all out up there. Oh, witness. Are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person.
I am. Well, I meant to keep that part a secret.
Why would you? Come on. Why would you lie on the stand, Maya? You know that.
What have I done?
Huh. Takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
Ton of pressure?
You're in a court of law here. Can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber.
Witness, the information that you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. Maya, why are you doing this? Stone lantern wasn't lit.
There was a man standing behind your attacker.
Yeah.
That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Dunan. Otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother.
The killer.
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony.
Huh? What do you mean? What problem?
Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission.
Huh? What?
It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night.
No!
Come on, Maya. Oh, order in the court. Mr. Godot, could you please just do something?
Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. Cup of cafe au lait.
Is that even legal?
Mr. Trite's words are the milk and you are the spoon, Your Honor.
I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know! That was an obscure Final Fantasy IV reference for no fucking reason.
You happy you got to say that line?
You're telling me.
Ha ha! You must have noticed it true, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. Not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that.
Sorry, but that's not going to cut it.
What did you say?
I said that's not going to cut it. If there's truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony.
Nick.
May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman or an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. And she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person. Despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker.
No!
Oh, come on, Maya! Order! What world does this mean, right? Are you saying that Miss Faye saw the real attacker under pitch black conditions?
Right. Do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene.
Oh, there are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark, and now you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is.
Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you.
Huh. You talk a good game, trite. But let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff.
I mean,
No,
I'd love it.
Nick, don't.
I'd love it. I would love it if the only thing that you saw were 3 red bars of glowing red light. That would have.
Please,
that would make.
stop.
That would make me so happy. Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer to the court. I am here to find the truth. All right, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got.
Okay.
Well, Chad is just like, please no, don't tell me who I think it is. Please, no.
So who is this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness? Get fucked. Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for yourself how this is possible, yes? Kill the fucking lights. Well, how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. Recreate the conditions of that night. Kill the fucking lights. The conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom are turned off. Oh, this is the... No.
Huh. That was a nice bit of deduction. Trite.
Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Order! Order! Prosecutor Goto, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it?
Huh. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
Oh, fuck your rules. Well, Maya, what about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong. I never saw that.
My,
I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man for a totally different reason.
What? Witness, Mr. Wright?
Stop your chattering, Your Honor.
Chattering?
If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my
Oh,
rules.
fuck your rules. All right. Well, then let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but...
Also, remember when I said we haven't even gotten to the big plot twist?
It was his comedically turgid member.
When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed that it was a man.
That's pretty sexist of you, Maya. Not very feminist. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor,
No, you're just a sexist pig. That's totally all right. No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Gatto said, you're utterly exhausted and a sexist pig. It's only natural that you could be a little bit confused because, you know, you're just a woman. How does that feel? If you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man, especially if you're a raging bigot. Mr. Wright, proceed with the cross-examination of this horrible, misandrous piece of garbage.
I watched my mother die.
No one cares. You said something that you said something that upset Twitter in 2023.
You know what? That's a good point. Never in my life have I ever seen a dumber version of Chekhov's gun than with that visor. Oh, dude, you go back and replay this entire game, you can tell they structured the entirety of every single case in this game to lead up to this final moment. Every tiny little breadcrumb they left, like, it's incredible. This game is a masterpiece of foreshadowing. Regardless of your opinion of other things, they do foreshadowing extremely well.
So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? Well, it did look weird. The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern.
There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use.
An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victims' blood sprayed onto the snow?
Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered.
In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow, which means it couldn't have been Goto because he can't see the color red. So I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount. And that's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood, unless he can't see red. Looks like there are some mysteries behind the issue.
But I think this will help explain them.
Okay, I'm just gonna press from the beginning here real quick.
So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right?
Yes, I think. I think it happened when the victim was stabbed.
So then the person that carried you into the inner temple it could only have been the killer.
That's what I think too.
So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
I don't know.
It looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before making her feel horrible.
Okay, so all the snow around Stone Lantern have been cleaned up. We're gonna press on that one later.
Oops. God damn it, I accidentally fucking...
You're good?
I fucking accidentally clicked on the screen and it shrank it, and then I fucking docked it. So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right?
Yes,
But earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker.
Nick, I'm sorry.
The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all of that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. So, is the whole thing with Gato being, like, the killer in the end, obviously they've been leading up to it, and we're just trying to figure out a way to do that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, why would they, you know, constantly be
let me put
baiting and
it this
switching with
way.
everything?
If she thinks it's a man, here are the men of this case. Godot, Gumshoe, Larry, Edgeworth.
Yeah.
The only one that does not have an alibi is Godot.
Yeah.
So, let me see if Larry, it was Larry. People would love for it to be Larry, but... Okay, so we already did this one. I'm seeing if I can press it now.
Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of victims...
Sorry. Okay, let's see. Right. And then she keeps going with this. Okay. We pressed everything. Let's try pressing on this one now.
The torches were lit.
Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed.
I'm gonna say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? Killer probably lit them, since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's only one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. It's so weird. I noticed that Godot has been really weirdly silent this whole time. It's almost like he did it. The only person that was the inner temple was Maya. Very well, let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene.
All right, I think we pressed every statement now. Let me go through some of these. Yep.
This is what happens when you do things out of order, Daniel Bandicoot.
There we go. There it is.
The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something.
You did?
Yes, I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake.
What? Hiding it for you?
Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden...
She might have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely wouldn't have would have thought so, and you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened.
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened.
Once again, Maya, the stone lantern is your downfall.
The body of Elise Dunan was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then, at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered up in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all of this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd.
Oh? And what would that be?
You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya.
Oh!
If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Because they couldn't see the color red. Ah, you're right.
Specifically the color red on a white background.
All right, order, but Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but what doesn't make much sense is to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern?
I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Oh, then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? The killer didn't notice it.
Didn't notice.
Prosecutor Goto, earlier in this trial, he gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought.
The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it.
But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that.
Yeah, you're right. There's no way any normal person would. What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. And who would that be? Mr. Goto. This is what you said yesterday.
My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
You can't see everything. Is that correct, Mr. Goto? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I'd like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern? There's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood.
Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle.
Mr. Gatto, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Tribulations.
This is the apron the delightful Ms. Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on.
There's something still bothering me, Mr. Goto. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court?
Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be?
Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron.
That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain.
Also, Slug, that would almost work, but his Phoenix's tie is pink.
Yeah, that's actually different enough that he'd be able to actually see it.
Yeah, he'd probably be picking up the blue tones.
You
could see the coffee on the white apron. But you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red.
Huh. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them?
So then, Mr. Goto, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern?
Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea.
I wasn't sure about it up until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Goto is the murderer.
You sounded way too happy about that, actually.
But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth.
Oh my god, Gravy, I want to splash that coffee on his visor as a prank. Oh, don't you worry.
Didn't I say that I had Phoenix drinking Earl Grey tea right at the start of this?
Yup.
Hey, Dandy.
Yep.
Earl Grey tea is red tea.
Yeah, sure is.
I'm creeping myself out a bit. Mr. Goto, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Dunim, also known as Misty Faye. It's hard to believe this may be true, however. Once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you.
Huh. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on, how does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there.
I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red.
This is rich. Do go on, trite.
The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all of that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not just take out just that area? Yes, why didn't you just take out that area? Ah, could it be? Yeah, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. And so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he just removed the whole area.
Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark?
Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot?
Hold it! Wait just a minute.
Wait, no, Maya, that's my word. What is it, witness?
Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Maya, you can't testify to something like that.
Why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but I'm... Eek!
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist.
She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow.
You senile old man, we established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne.
That's right.
Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
I plan on covering for Goto no matter what the cost. If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we shouldn't silence her.
Huh. Nicely done, Trite.
Very well, let's hear the witness testimony. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearly was there at the inner temple, too. Pearly was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearly first and cheered her right up.
Who is this Pearly?
Oh, that's my little cousin, Pearl Faye.
Huh. So, when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
What? Come on! Pearly would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be.
Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath.
Huh. Prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness.
Mr. Godot.
Let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections.
This is highly unusual, but how, Mr. Wright? Let's get this cross-examination started.
Okay.
She searched the entire inner temple end to end.
Well, you see, Pearly gets pretty scared when she's alone, and there weren't that many places to look. She said that she even went back and forth several times.
The inner temple side has two structures, the training hall and a spare prep room.
And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it.
There was a storage shack too. Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack all that carefully?
Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate.
So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack.
Hey. Back room.
Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge.
What do you mean?
I was just wondering why she would stay in her prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge.
Oh, well, Pearly said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night. She couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times.
Poor little girl, all alone like that.
Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the sacred cavern, Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock.
She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls.
What happened after the bridge was finally fixed?
It's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. Okay.
So it was your first time on the inner temple side, Mr. Godot.
That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question?
Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh, well. What do you have to say, Mr. Goto?
He's had more than 17 at this point.
Yeah.
Hot nights and even hotter coffee, that's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, I never would have visited there. Freezing cold temple in the mountains? I think I'll pass.
Hot tires and hot burgers. So he had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh?
You want to say something trite?
In any case, I have to find a crack in Goto's armor. And when I find it, I am going to fuck a hole in his torso.
Oh. Hell then.
And not the nice kind. Very well, please get this on with. After fixing up the bridge, the policemen came over to the Inner Temple side, right?
Yes, then Mr. Godot, I'm Pearly first cheered her right up.
I cheered her up.
That's what Pearly said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot.
And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict.
Cut it out. You make me blush.
This guy's really beginning to piss me off in more ways than one.
Truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the Inner Temple side. Policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-toothed combs, so I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Godot style.
Oh, I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions Phoenix style. And I like to do my voice acting doggy style. Wait. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything?
Looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, trite. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern.
No, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggle 5.
The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall.
Beauty?
Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes.
Western taste? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there, you headed for the prep room. Wait a sec. What did Goto just say now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Goto when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Dunim.
So, you're gonna love this. His penchant for flowery language just did him in.
Oh, I bet.
Because, he just talked about her in Japanese garb. But, I don't know about you. What about this as Japanese garb? Or even a woman, for that matter?
I mean, if he has a foot fetish.
I guess, maybe. But...
Yeah. Mr. Godot? The first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place.
Why do you say that?
Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll?
But Mr. Godot is right! That scroll shows a picture of my mother!
Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. Oh, what a wonderfully delicious smell.
Yeah, 2-day-old gravy. That definitely is gonna smell great.
The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy.
Gravy? But why gravy, Nick?
Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, You wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye.
Hold it! Wait a minute, Nick.
Damn it, stop doing that. That's my thing. Yes?
I don't care. Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top. There's a crest there.
Ah, that's the mark of the master, correct?
Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark...
Then you could guess that the picture was of Misty Faye. True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes.
Oh,
Yeah, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the Inner Temple long before that crime took place.
Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite?
Do you know what obfuscating stupidity means?
Can't say I know the definition of the word.
Yeah,
This whole theory of yours.
It's playing dumb. It's playing dumb. You know, like saying trite when everything you do is trite. You're covering up for the fact that you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Ever. It's hilarious to me.
Well, this whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed.
that's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene.
Of course, Mr. Godot. He knew all about the plan.
Huh?
Wait, whoa, what'd you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of the plan?
Yeah. Opened once before.
This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future. And these instructions were hidden somewhere in the Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yeah. The killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how we knew the crime was going to take place at the Inner Temple.
And you still insist this crafty killer is me?
You bet your sweet Bippy I do.
But you just said that the instructions were hidden.
That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden.
If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Ah, yes, and when was that? During a visit.
A visit?
Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That'd be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center. Yep. Could have been arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. You know, murder is one thing, but eavesdropping is something I just won't stand for. Order in the court. Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder.
Humans are afraid of the dark. Yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee.
Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean?
Means that there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the Inner Temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then, he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness?
That's right.
If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this?
Because of Mia.
This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no
No, she's
reason to
not.
go through that kind of trouble to protect her.
Yes, you do.
I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress.
The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering what this killer wanted to protect this that this killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs.
I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick?
Oh, Maya. Guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh?
Okay, trite. I'm all ears. Let's hear it. Wait, what are you doing with that? What are you doing with your little journal there? Why are you writing shit down?
No. This is the fun part. See, it's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What? What's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together. Mia Fey. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister.
Mia Fey.
Yeah, are you gonna start screaming it over and over until you shit your pants and pass out too? You once worked alongside her. Aren't you in love with her too? Isn't that when you were a defense attorney? Wait a second here. Sir Godot is a defense attorney? With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot is... His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right?
The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago.
Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando. A senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked.
It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself.
Mia, you can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients. That pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It'd been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria.
Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned.
Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee.
Newspapers at the time called it a murder. But very little information about this case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all.
No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma.
I see.
My body shut down. My life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. Lost my sight, and all my hair turned white due to the damage it caused.
That's terrible.
Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee.
5 years? You were asleep for 5 years.
And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered. The woman I loathed had been sentenced to death.
The woman you loathed.
The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
So sad.
For someone like me, someone who'd slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. It was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor.
You know, I have some things to say. You see, I actually knew for quite a while who you were. If you recall, everybody in this courtroom except for me calls you Godot. I call you Godot. Because your real name isn't Diego Armando. It's Diego Armando. That's some good tea. If I may ask, though, what were your 2 reasons to live?
The first was you, trite.
I'm honored. Me, huh?
If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault.
It wasn't like that.
I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were.
So that's why you became a prosecutor.
My other reason for living, she goes by the name of Mia Fey.
Huh? You mean me?
You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Kurain village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her.
That's how you overheard Pearls' visit with Morgan at the detention center.
I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. Thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it.
That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out.
Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices.
Accomplices?
Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Faye.
But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years.
Officially, yes.
What? What do you mean officially?
You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government?
Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Kurain had great authority.
Even without her official position, Misty Faye still wielded great influence. Police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as the prosecutor.
So my mother was cooperating with you?
Don't ever forget. No matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
She was always...
That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. You want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was? Look at her staff.
Her staff? The one with the sword in it?
The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect from Morgan Faye if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother...
That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan.
You mean pearls, don't you?
We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne.
Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together.
We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up.
She was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body.
What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself.
As Master of Kurain, Misty Faye's power was supreme. That's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to.
What? Is this true?
My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the Inner Temple. Just in case you need to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne.
Godo.
Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to, trite.
That's pretty easy for a conviction, honestly.
There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're gonna have to do the rest yourself.
You basically did it all for me. You just admitted to everything? Well, the background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye? And I'm sad to say, Mr. Godo. That is very much over 17 cups, Mr. Godo.
Well, trite. You're the real deal. And finish this thing, once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own.
No, Nick! Please don't!
Maya...
I heard the whole thing. From my sister, in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godo.
And you just admitted to that on the fucking witness stand!
I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too.
Okay, but you just admitted that you were willing to, like, lie to protect him, so you just incriminated him. Ah, damn it. Ah, I know that.
Nick.
Like, even so, right? It doesn't absolve him of a crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Faye, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. After we're done, we can go out and get some burgers and wash our hands of this whole fucking mess.
I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
All right, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder?
And I think this is actually the final testimony.
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. Thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness.
The red lights. I thought you said you didn't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. Thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Huh. Things break, Trite. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? Looks like you still can't prove it.
Maya is telling the truth this time, I know that much. The rest is up to me. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination.
All right. Okay. I think we need this is the new part, so...
Struck back? How do you know that?
Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement. And also, the smell of blood.
You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have to in one life. So then, what did you do at that point?
I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do.
Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier?
Yes, I think so, but...
They went out.
Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all.
What could it mean? If the red lights were coming from Gato's mask, and they went out right in the middle of a fight...
Maybe the mask was damaged.
Or maybe it was knocked off.
Maybe the batteries ran out. Right, Trite? Just a battery-powered little fuck face, right, Trite?
Or maybe those little red pinhead-looking lights just stopped working. What could have really happened then? What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out?
Yes, that's right.
That scream you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne?
Don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What? It took everything I had not to do a Kyle's mom. What? So then that scream came from the killer. That's gotta be it.
I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow. I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright?
Whoops. He just says,
It sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. I'm sorry to say this, but an interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. Well, that makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. And why do you make them? Remember, the testimony she just gave before the killer let out the scream. Maya said he had already been spattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim.
Oh! Is that right?
She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff.
if you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, trite.
Why don't you take off your mask, Gillweed, and we'll see if there's any blood on your face. Now, there's only one thing I can think of. That could have been used as the weapon here.
Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff. What could she have used to strike back at the killer?
The widow knife. The widow baby knife. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime.
Also, just real quick in chat, I am also scared to know how the judge got his position. His deductions are almost always wrong, but you know what? He always ends up coming to the right decision on cases, somehow. I don't know how, but...
Yeah. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, this dagger was found at the crime scene stuck into a pine tree.
Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me.
Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this. And she managed to wound him as well.
The judge is powered by jingling keys.
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim.
Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. And DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Gatto, it would prove that it's your blood.
Nice theory, trite.
Strip, motherfucker. All right, order in the court. Stop trying to push your lusts onto Mr. Gatto. Is this the end? Have I done it? Probably not. Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test.
Take off the virtual boy.
Let me ask you something, trite. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer.
Uh-huh.
You really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that?
Yes.
Just think for a second.
Okay.
This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There's already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom.
Yeah, so what does that prove?
Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it.
I mean, except you can't see the blood on the blade because you're colorblind to red on a white surface, so...
Ah, but a knife is not white.
It can't be!
In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance.
What? In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. All right, then witness can test you. Okay,
Hold it!
all right.
Wait a minute.
What's the problem?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation.
Okay, would you, Maya? You're doing the wrong thing.
This dagger, you said that it wounded the killer.
That's right.
But if Mr. Godot had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right?
Maya, maybe he just changed his clothes. That solved that contradiction pretty easily.
What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was on the Inner Temple side got trapped there.
That's right. And once that bridge was fixed and the police headed for the Inner Temple...
Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes.
Maybe it wasn't his clothes that got hit. Take off the visor. Reveal anime scar number 4. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes?
Show your Sharingan eye.
Did the judge just take smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. It's the dumbest lie. I think that way we can get any blood on him. I feel like Phoenix. Are we sure that?
That is impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night?
Maybe I'm the one that took dumb pills.
After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid.
I can only hope. They're like baiting along the stupid dude. It was his clothes. It was his face. That's why his fucking headpiece fell off.
Right. Hey, Zippy, we're still at this. We're almost done, though. So that's all you got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already.
If Mia Fey were here, she would have kicked you in the nuts so hard you'd be coughing out walnuts.
So come on, Trite. Can you do it or not?
Well, how about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Cotto of being the killer. Can you prove it? Have you even got one piece of evidence? Question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. Like one of the actual rules, not one of the made-up bullshit retard rules that this dumb fuck comes up with. I can prove it. I'm gonna bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition just as you want it.
Listen to that music. Huh, that's good. A fighter till the bitter end, Trite.
Oh, you'd know a thing or two about bitter, wouldn't you?
Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty?
Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Goto? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need.
Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trite.
So what do I do at a time like this? Well, Rochambeau for it. I mean, it's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. All right then, Mr. Wright. Let's see what you've got. There's one thing that I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say?
Hidden?
Lose the virtual, boy numbnuts. This is it. It's my last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I didn't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound.
It's the end of the line, the final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you've got. Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound?
Right there.
Huh! I don't know what you're talking about, and frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him?
Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask! During that fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Gatto, would you mind removing your mask for the court? If you had a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Do it again, Tin Lizzy.
Just now, I saw her spirit in you.
Yeah, I gathered.
Never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought.
Mr. Godot.
But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. Truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me.
You? As in yourself?
I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. Just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask, threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit.
But you saved Maya.
Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
What do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? I had really wanted to save you. There's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. You know why? The real reason?
No. Why?
I suppose wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me.
You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Jesus. I'm doing this too
Was it
long.
really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure.
What do you mean by that?
That night, in the darkness of the garden when I saw her silhouette. A part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. Could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could have been simply a desire for revenge. Now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion. A fantasy. Stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. Never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off. True defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything.
Oh, Mr. Goto.
I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Diego Armando. Yeah, we've gone through this.
Mr. Armando. I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me.
Thanks.
Your wound, it's bleeding.
Huh. Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist.
Yeah, but only red on a white surface, and you're very brown.
These must be my tears.
No, that's blood. Yeah, that is blood.
Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando.
You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
Well, this time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body of the crime scene is a serious offense in and of itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you.
Apologize? To me? For what?
the case 5 years ago, of course.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was gonna do it. She was planning to kill me.
It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other.
Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister only met twice.
We only met twice?
The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed.
No way, that can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... Oh.
For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
Oh, man.
Hope one day you can forgive me, Annie.
Oh, fuck. You mean?
That's right. I lied to you for 8 months.
But why? Why would you do such a thing? That's such a cold-blooded bitch maneuver.
Well, ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely.
So that's why you...
My sister. From the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepared for the worst?
She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you?
She already had so much to answer for, I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance.
And that's why you came to me. You came to me to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place.
But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed, and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that it ever happened.
Well, that's a bit strange now, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she'd confer with you?
I think she must have noticed.
Noticed what?
My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine.
Iris!
After spending those 8 months... God damn it, Iris.
No, I've been baiting you that whole time. So the moment I knew, like, when he first saw her.
How dare you.
Yup.
After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed.
I have something to say to you, too.
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty. I still believed in you.
Thank you.
You are well past your limit, sir.
How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had.
You haven't even sipped it yet.
Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright?
Oh my god, did I predict him drinking coffee too? Yeah? You know, I think you're right. The purpose of this trial was to rule the murder of the victim, at least Dunim. At some point, I expect you to be tried for your whole role as an accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. Court is now adjourned.
Yay! We did it.
God, this has been a long stream.
Yes, it's 5 hours long.
Yes.
I guess it's all over. The way everything ended, was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand.
Of course justice was served.
Mia, still stretching pearls out, huh?
Can you not phrase it like that? I stopped by to say that I was proud of you. Your defense was truly brilliant.
But I couldn't save Mr. Armando. The man who cared so deeply for you.
You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible.
You mean with that verdict?
I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me.
Well, Mia.
You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you.
Mia?
I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix.
Yeah. Might just be a different dimension. Like the third dimension. I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What is the chassis? I mean, really?
God damn it, no!
Motherfucker.
What does it really mean to defense? When the stream caught out, I just heard Azzy in the other room go, ugh! I suppose today's case produced one possible answer.
Nick,
Maya!
I guess it's just like my sis said.
What did she say? The chassis is the ones we made all along the way?
No,
Oh.
that night when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do.
Yeah.
This is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end.
But
Come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick.
How can you be so bright and chipper after all this happened? You were brutally attacked, you saw your mother murdered. Ah! Hi, Fran.
Still a softy as always, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Excellent work, Wright. Zippy, thank you for the $5 donation, dude. Huh? Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back?
Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me.
Helping you?
If these two hadn't been there on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere.
Wow. But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch! Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Francisca? I don't suppose... Oh. Why are you here?
Oh, gross. There's room for me in this group hug, is there?
Oh,
no.
Larry!
What's with the,
Why did you have to bring them... Why did you just bring the sad music here, Larry?
What's with you and that gross face of yours? Oh, come on, I realized something when I was reborn! I realized that Larry was never used to anyone, not even once!
That's not true, right,
No,
Nick?
that's absolutely correct. No, he's completely useless. Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Yeah, of course. I knew it. Everybody would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Those portraits you painted, they were really top notch, really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
What? Me?
Why are you making that face, Edgy?
Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance.
Oh, do you mean it? What about you, Franny? Did I draw you well, too? Ow!
My beauty can't be possibly captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something.
So you'll do it, like you promised? You're gonna model for me for my next picture, but
Don't get carried away.
Well, how about that? I guess portraits is the only thing I'm good at. Painting a pro is pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh?
Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around.
Pearls? Where'd she have gone? Normally, she would have made a beeline for Maya.
Oh, I'll go look for her. I'll be right back. Hey, Pearly! I lied to you. There's 12 more hours of this game. I'm joking. Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened.
Well, yeah, kinda.
To be honest, I can't understand it either.
Francisca. Yeah, that's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well.
I think I understand how she feels. Maya's a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. But what do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there is someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya's trying her best not to cry.
Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow.
Then tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya Fey being strong for? That's a no-brainer. Pearl Fey.
Poor kid, after all, the reason she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya, and that's why she was so happy. Shows how truly devoted she is to Maya.
But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable.
And that's exactly why Maya's putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearls' sake until she can see her smile again. Oh, hey! This is where you all were. Well, looks like we got quite a bunch here. What was that for, sir?
Sorry about that, Scruffy. My VIP just seems to have a mind of its own.
There are clubs for that, especially big in Japan, you know. What's up, Dick? You know, this and that. Anyways, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sort of kind of gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's all right. Oh boy, top ramen.
No.
I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight.
Pretty good work, Scruffy. That VIP was your reward.
Detective Gumshoe, you said a first-class French restaurant? You don't mean, Yes, très bien, where else? I knew it. We're doomed. Top ramen it is. Come on, let's go, everyone. You can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, Crybaby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I'll be at the loser shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya is taking an awful long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's the matter?
Nick, what do? Really, I can't find her anywhere.
Huh? I bet you just went back home, that's all.
I thought so too, so I called the village, but no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she's been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do?
Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But, what about you? Maya and I will, we'll join you guys once we find pearls.
Nick!
Don't worry about us. Oops, don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. Got a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't want to miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the...
Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right?
Oh, we won't. Just want to get there, give you guys enough time to realize the food's terrible, then we'll call you, figure out a real place to eat at, and we'll reconnoiter when we get there.
But where should we look? Where could Pearlie have gone?
Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that Pearls might have gone to.
Hazakura Temple?
For Pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, that's where this whole incident started.
Oh, what this? You're back again so soon. Oh, you can't resist me. Oh,
Sister Bikini.
Oh, yeah, I thought you'd be eating the mashed potatoes all alone tonight.
So she's here? Pearlie is here.
Yeah, she's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her?
Okay. Come on, Nick, we gotta get across the bridge. Pearlie's not here.
Maya, the hanging scroll.
Oh! Someone cleaned it off.
It's gotta be Pearls.
Mystic Maya! Pearlie! Why? Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya!
That's the crying that I'm used to hearing.
I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother!
That's why you came here?
It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother is gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. Even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya!
Oh, I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty.
Sister Bikini!
Oh, you're okay. Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a tongue woman indeed. I want to tell you that she said to me that night.
After dishonoring the good name of Korain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya's always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die.
You're a spirit way with her. That's why your mother's so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets.
She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh?
Huh?
There's a rule or something that all masters are to follow, isn't there? Never take the charm off until the day you die.
That's the Master's talisman.
Yeah, it's the thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important, rather it was the contents.
Oh, that's...
A photo? Ah! Mother.
It's only natural for the living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question.
That wasn't the first time the urn had been broken.
Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother, too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting.
Ah!
This is a day to remember. A day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today.
But I still can't.
Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime.
Okay.
Oh, right! I'm gonna make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise.
Oh, I know, and it won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for the two of you when you get back, and then you can strap me to your back and do front flips just like I was Yoda.
Oh, right! That sounds fun. We're gonna have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance.
Okay, Mystic Maya. I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight.
There's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but...
What is it, Nick?
Reservations for training is fine and all. But why for 3?
Oh, come on! What do you think?
You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us.
Why?
I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you.
It'll be great, Nick. We're gonna do the special course naturally. That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal right before we come next time. Right, Nick?
You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing.
Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it.
Oh, I'm getting goosebumps too.
Well, then, here goes nothing.
Thus, we come to the end of the road.
Well, I don't understand why you said something like we couldn't fit this into 2 streams when this would have quite literally run exactly 2 streams.
I thought there was a lot less. Oops.
Oops.
I'll make it up to you.
You know, all you had to do was look at a walkthrough or a YouTube video of somebody playing this
at about
25% because we bullshit, and then that's the time it would have taken. I
forgot how much padding they did.
It was a speed run, you dense fucking cockwad. Whatever, everybody got an extra long stream.
Yeah, I'm sorry though.
You should be.
If anything, I'm gonna be suffering tomorrow. Hey, look, he finally got a new jacket.
That's fucking amazing. It's about time someone actually bought him some clothes.
Just don't seem the same, sir. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir.
Hey, don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly.
That's kind of gross, sir.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
Most of the padding was Godot, yes.
Mr. Wright, I am once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Karain exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip and said that I must show you what I've learned.
Headcanon, Franziska and Adrian, they fucking.
Oh, gross.
They would be the cutest lesbian couple. I'm sorry. Oh, this fucker.
Jesse and I started a company called Mass to Mass Consulting.
We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city.
Our motto is cut it out, please. Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans and this shit's going way too fucking fast for me to keep up with right now.
Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you.
Headcanon the voices. This is some bullshit.
I want
this
to
bitch is
show
still
my
alive.
appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre. So I lent him $500,000 and a tea set. Special thick tea. One I mixed with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise.
She would later find out that Phoenix was using that to caulk a hole in his tires.
Larry X Franziska, not because they're good together, but because Edgeworth would be stuck with Larry as an in-law forever.
Oh my god,
Just
that
stolen
is
it away.
horrible.
At least, that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old, and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper.
Nice.
As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elg. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adamada. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly.
Ha, get it, automata.
No, the fucking Adamata, the fucking palindrome.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my more reporters. Since the mother, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because it provides such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back.
So yeah, Iris did not get the death penalty.
Good.
Iris is still alive. Ah, man. You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed. Ah, Pearl. Here are the voice actors!
Grommen Judd, and also me.
There's Edgeworth, voiced by Sean King.
And Dandy and me.
Yes, we both did him. That's right.
Yeah, but
We both also did Mia. Christina Catano.
no, I did not play her.
Oh, we were going to do that and decided nah. That's right.
Because that would be weird.
Yeah. James C. Wilson.
And also Dandy doing his best man voice.
I tried my best. Franziska von Karma, the prodigy. Janet
Done,
Soup.
unironically done better than the fucking voice actress in the anime.
Yeah,
I think I played
David
this weird phallic looking.
That
Yeah, I
man
think
has
I
a
played
perfect name for that character.
I think I played that cockwad this time around.
What's this? I'm back from a long and tiring vacation. No one is here to greet me. I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit, and now I've got no one. And what kind of lonely, crazy security room is supposed to be here anyway? What with all the flashing lights and switches, I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I going to do with all these macadamia nuts I brought back for everyone? If I bring them over to Edgeport, I know I would say the instant I saw them. I really can't accept these, I'm afraid, or something just as precious to this fragile little heart. Oh, will I ever find a gentleman who would treat me like a refined lady?
No one, hopefully, ever.
I finally found something I love to do! Francie's Whippity Whip trip is gonna be on the art world. It's gonna turn the art world on its head. I should have realized it sooner, lazy, self-centered, antisocial. I'm an artist! A really good portrait artist, not a loser after all!
Shut the fuck up, Larry!
I hate to tell you this, but you are definitely an artist, all right.
And here's the picture he drew. Larry drew this.
Oh, that is uncomfortable.
He also drew.
The fuck did he do that? He's never seen the one in the middle.
He has. He was their client in the very first case.
Oh, gross. You're right. That's even more uncomfortable.
Right.
That's like really uncomfortable.
So
Like that he would draw that, but it's like, here's the lady that you killed. Yeah, here's the lady that died, the guy who went crazy for her, and the guy that stabbed her.
Yeah.
All in one picture.
Also, as someone pointed out, yes, there is a plot hole with that last case, and it is called, if Godot would have just burned the note, probably wouldn't have been as much of a fucking disaster. But also, I wonder if Morgan would have found another way to just communicate it to Pearl. Like, she would have found a way. She would have found a way. And the thing is, my line of thinking is, Godot was like, no, I'm gonna let her think that no one knows and then just ruin the plan when it happens. But, I don't know. I fucking love that case because of how it does wrap everything up. But, anywho, it is a little bit late, and as I'm noticing, there is no one else streaming, so just gonna close out by saying thank you everyone for showing up.
Thank you
and
all.
for sticking
I'm glad you
around
had a lot
for as long as you guys did.
Yeah, no shit. I hope you guys had a fun time on the extra long stream.
Yeah. Take care,
And-
everyone.
All right.
And
And please,
last
for the
minute
love of God. Yeah, no, just drive safely. Oh, wait, no, there was fan art.
Yes! Oh! Fan art. Oh, yeah. All right, fan art. Where is it? Hold on, I don't see it. Did he post it in the...
That's because you suck, Daniel Bandicoot, and only I'm the one that understands things in this world.
Wait, did you have it? Oh my god. Beto? You are amazing. Give me a second to get this up on screen. All right. Gonna put this up on screen. And again, this was drawn by Beto, absolute sweetheart. The conclusion of the original Ace Attorney trilogy. I fucking love this. This is wonderful.
I absolutely adore it.
Just thank you so much, dude.
Yeah.
All right,
Honor as always.
I don't know about you. VOD might be delayed by a day because I'm gonna be going right to bed after this, probably.
Yeah, all right.
Actually
Drive safely, everybody.
All right, night.